Ladies and gentlemen, those of you in the audience, I would just like to take this opportunity to ask you kindly to stand so that we can sing the national anthem before we begin our day 4 of the Democracy and Human Rights Festival. Mr. Apesi, you're a musician. Maybe you can lead us in this. Please come up. This is Apesi, an artist from Kisumu, who is also involved in social and political advocacy. Use that mic, please.
We can all rise up for the national anthem. Oh God of all creation,
this is our land and nation.
Justice be our shield and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace and liberty. May be found within our borders.
Thank you so much. So this is day 4 of the Democracy and Human Rights Festival. We have just opened with the national anthem led by a very, very, very good artist, Apesi. And today is also the Human Rights Day. And so I see a lot of human rights defenders here. And Viva! 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 So, and sometimes, they say, are we free because we've got a flag and a Pokomo lullaby we call an identity? Or is the slave? Well, that is a story for another day. Anyway, this is the Democracy and Human Rights Festival. Day 4, we are coming to you live from the Alliance Francaise. We have been having creative performances as well as panel discussions surrounding human rights, gender equality, and the consolidation of democracy. And yesterday we had a very powerful panel here that discussed the issues of inequality in the country. And I know there's one artist here who is also involved in social justice movements. And I would like him to just come up and we can do a brief recap just to kind of see the kind of experiences that we had yesterday, some of the lessons that we had, and maybe how we are mobilizing going forward as we attempt to achieve the respect for human rights, achieve gender equality, as well as the consolidation of democracy in Kenya. I'm even seeing one of the panelists who was with us yesterday, Mr. Hussein Khalid, and we had a very, very, very powerful discussion yesterday. So I'd like, this is Oweba, an artist from Nakuru.
Hapo ndio watu wanapigaga makofi.
Hapo ndio watu wanapigaga makofi.
Asante.
So Mr. Oweba.
Yes.
Jana tumekuwa na discussion moja, ilikuwa, well, the theme ilikuwa ni the inequalities in Kenya.
Yeah.
But ilienda broad sana because these inequalities inaanzia mahali fulani, how yani ni kama ata domino effect.
True.
Kitu inaanza mahali yani when maybe some state action is done, then it has a ripple effect. Baka mtaani, watu wa mtaani wanaanza kuifeel yani in different ways from perhaps even the middle class or the upper classes.
Yeah.
So wewe, first of all, today especially being the Human Rights Day.
Yeah.
Being the Human Rights Day.
Yeah.
And we know hata tukiongelea inequalities a lot of times ni watu hawaezi ku-access rights zao. Ama rights zao are not being respected.
True.
Because we talk about even things like health, it's a right.
Yeah.
Na unapata kuna inequality yenye ina create situation kwamba kuna watu wengine hawaezi access your health. Ama waki-access, it's too expensive. Ama waki-access, the quality ni mbaya. So wewe unaona vipi in the context of leo ikikuwa Human Rights Day? And tunajaribu, of course, kwa hii Democracy and Human Rights Festival, tunajaribu ku have conversations zenye zinaweza tuleta to a place where we can align visions. Ndio efforts zetu za kujaribu ku break some of these inequities, some of this lack of respect for human rights, some of this unaona democracy yetu imeanza kukua by name tu kuna majamaa mazee the owners of the servers sasa hata wameunganisha pamoja. Now you can wonder, last time they said that one of them rigged the other. Now this time they are together. I think they're going to rig against us.
True.
So I'm interested, where view yako kwa hii inaenda vipi as a young person, as an artist who pia unajaribu kutumia your creativity ku advance social change?
Okay, I think we start from a point of people. Okay, it is cliche. Watu wakiuliza, do you know your rights? Yeah, but it's not as cliche as it sounds, because you find people are being harassed every day on a daily by police, by people who are supposed to give them services, but wamezi normalize. Yeah, unafaa kupata service flani ama you're supposed to be treated in such a way, but wewe unakuwa treated in way yenye umezoea that is unconstitutional, but you don't know because people don't know vile wanafaa wakuwe treated. And I can quote Giuliani in one of his verses ya Utawala, anasema ni kubaya mpaka kukiwa kuzuri unashindwa nini mbaya. You get? Because people have normalized being treated in such a way that manze mpaka karao akikusaidia unaona kama ni
ndio, hata unataka umshukuru. Yani hata ukienda kwa government office,
yeah,
ukipata service unaona unafaa kupea umseka kitu,
unafaa kumpeka kitu.
Hata nanio tunaona politicians wanakaa mkwetu wanataka tuwasifu juu wamejenga rodi, juu wamejenga hosi.
True.
Na tunajua hiyo ndio job yao
kabisa.
You know, so I think this is correct. Go on.
Yeah. And also we as citizens sometime huwa tunashinda tukisema politicians don't do their work, but there's a member of parliament, I think ni women rep or senator, alikuwa anaitwa fundraiser, then yeye alikuwa anatoa 1,000 bob. Yeah? Anaambia watu wake, nikitoa 5,000,000 every day mnaniita fundraiser, there's a burial, there's what, hiyo do natoa wapi? You see, I have to steal.
Yes.
So citizens pia tunafaa tuache handout mentality. Like when you see a politician, usiache tu akupe do. You get? Wacha huyo politician atengeneze policies zenye zita create an enabling environment so that we can work. And also ni story ya BBI, yeah? Whereby tunaona some phrase clauses inasema the youths will get 7 year tax holiday.
Tax holiday. Mambo ya help nini yani.
A male governor might might nominate a woman to be the deputy.
Yes.
See, these are things that zilikuwa added pale so that
yani za kuchocha, yani za kufunika watu macho, so that when they come to the youth they tell you it's the 7 year tax whatever, when they go to the women they tell them is that. So unasahau underneath.
Underneath.
And if anything to come up, for example, on the women question, I mean, we already have a constitution yenye ina require kukuwe na, you know, minimum 2/3 or at least 1/3 of each gender should be represented. And some of these positions are governing appointive positions.
Kabisa.
For example, Rezo mwenye ako na cabinet. Cabinet hakuna mse anamforce kuweka sausage party. I mean, anaweza kuchoose kuweka women. Tunaona maparastatal heads, you know, things like that. So hiyo hata ni disingenuous sana kusema ati the reason ati women are not in whatever positions is because of constitutional issues. No, some of these things can just be solved by simply appointing people.
Kabisa. Kabisa. So I think we need to know where we stand na tuachane na handout mentality.
Lakini wacha nikuulize swali moja, because I think kwa hii country tumeongelea about what needs to be done quite a bit. Sindio? The question has always been, how do we mobilize? How do we organize ourselves? Someone said that there was a comment that came in yesterday wakati tulikuwa na the afternoon session on the inequalities, tukiwa na kina Comrade Kiama, you know, Lucia Wanjeri, and the rest. Na akasema, when are we going to stop agonizing and start organizing? So mimi naona, yani, do you think there's a gap between, you know, like how unaweza sema mnaweza kuwa na vision and then sasa mnafaa mkae chini muunde sasa strategies za kuimplement your vision. Wewe unaona your gap, how can we bridge it? Because even the youths tuko angry, tuko frustrated, but kuna ka impotence flani, yani kuna vile tumeshindwa ku make that next step. Yenye sasa ni actions that, you know, take us towards achieving some of these visions that we have.
True.
How do we do this as young people, especially because sisi wanasema, I think the statistics zilitoka za census, probably over 60% of Kenyans are below the age of, I think 35 or something like this. So how do we get to that point where our actions zikwe meaningful and they actually bring about these changes that we've been keeping talking about?
I think we cannot be deaf to the fact that, yes, we are not where we want to be, but also we are not where we used to be. Yeah. So something is happening and good things take time. Yeah. Hatuwezi ambia watu tuende leo tuwe Orezo State House. Leo tumeanza leo na tuende kesho. Yeah. So it takes time. Right now, the conversation that tuna have right now, 10, 15 years back, atunge have your conversation. Yeah. I released a piece named Dear Mr. President. Yeah. Way before I couldn't do that.
Yes.
You get?
Yes.
So I think need steps to respecting the process.
Yeah.
And in the end, now you see us as creatives, as activists, as activists, you know, they say true leadership is in delegation because the intention is not to change the world, but to spark the mind that will change the world. My intention, yeah?
Yes.
So don't expect me to highlight these issues, to set the agenda, and then now tena mimi ndio bado naunua mabango kule. You get? So one stage at a time. Yeah. And then definitely we will get there with time.
Yeah. Someone even said yesterday kwa panel walisema kwamba one of the more important things to do, because you know sometimes tuki approach for example the change issues, tukizi approach, you know, people imagine that lazima akuwe na a national movement ndio aweze ku-institute change. Whereas ana forget pale mtaani wase pale kwa base nini kabisa. You can start with that. Yani ukiongea wase wa base wakianza kukua more conscious. Wakipata hii political education. Then huyo mse wa base akona wife, akona mtoi ana grow up. Mtoi akicheki mzae anakuanga na thoughts fulani. Huyo mtoi pia ata grow up in that kind of different mind frame.
Exactly. Like right now, maybe our parents na wale wase wako mashinani na nini, people have not read this document. Na wajui inafanya nini.
It's in English now, anyway.
Change starts from hapo. Unaenda unawa explainia this is what happens. So hatuwezi fanya hivyo na one day kuambia watu wetu tokeni tu. It takes time. Na ikifika hiyo time hizi vitu tunadu sahi kenye tunaongelea sahi ndio zita count. Haitaanzia hapo. You get? Imeanzia mbali. So ni ku respect to process.
Sasa naona kuna maybe one audience member hapa anaweza toa maoni kidogo. Mr. Patrick, maybe you can pass this mic. Niko sure kuna jamaa anaitwa Chief ako hapo nyuma, anaweza toa maoni kidogo. Tunaongelea today is Human Rights Day and tuko at the Democracy and Human Rights Festival. If you want to join us to contribute to the conversations, tuko kwenye hashtag Democracy and Rights Festival. The festival imeorganiziwa na Forum Sieve with the support of the Swedish Embassy. Na tuko na partners kadhaa including Siasa Place, Creative Spills, Power 254 and Sauti ya Wanjiku. So tunaongelea mambo ya, you know, how we can improve situation ya human rights in the country, gender equality na kuconsolidate democracy. Na kuna maoni moja kuna oni ama ni maoni inatoka kwenye jamaa rafiki yetu sana anaitwa Chief. Amepewa mic pale. It can be a comment, it can be a question, but more yani your comment and contribute to the conversation. So Chief, karibu sana. Maybe you can stand so that the guy with the camera can see you.
Asante sana, habari zenyu?
Salama.
Salama.
Nimependa sana my brethren, unaitwa nani? Weba. Weba, bless. Mimi naitwa Chief.
Asante.
Chief Matigari, mimi ni msanii na pia mimi ni mwanaharakati. Na ningependa sana si question lakini investigate further hiyo comment umemake about your handout mentality. Ni easy kusay unajua in such platforms about chukue do, mwanasiasa kikamivo, but situation iko dread sana kwa ground. Maze things are really thick. So ukisema na feel ni kama ni a bit ni teaje
logic.
Ina bit logic na ina defy real situation kwa grao tukisema tusichukue hizo do, unaona, na tusi expect hizi vitu. juu hawa watu wako hizi in position kutuserve. So I think hata ukienda kuchukua ile handout unaenda una approach design ya anafanya kazi yake in another way, anafaa kuniserve. So really una feel entitled ama au feel ni kama ni favor na kufanyia kukupatia hiyo handout, inakuwa ni kama ni haki, unacheki. So nasema hiyo inakaa ni kama is a bit venye tu umesema ina bit logic kusema to come out of the handout mentality because we are so far gone. Nashindwa hii situation maze ndio tuanze kuifix. Man, inatake vitu mob sana. Sijui na katu tunaweza ongea iko ni conversation honestly at the most basic level. Tuna need kufanya nini? Juu tuna need do kusurvive. So hawezi sema tusichukue hizo do. Is there something more crucial enye tunaweza work kama watu maze tuna work for a more equitable and just society? Is there something more basic and fundamental enye tunaweza fanya instead of kufika huko juu kuna problems fulani lazima zisolviwe ndio tuseme okay, wacha handout mentality. So naweza kurudishia Weba na pia kwenye audience tunaweza share
kabisa.
Kuna kitu more fundamental tunaweza fanya apart from kupeana solutions. Ni kama tuko na high horse, unajua tuko kwa ground, tunajua nini na happen. So ni solutions gani most basic, most fundamental tunaweza work nazo?
Yes. Yeah, I think kuna time before Weba you probably contribute to that.
Okay.
Kuna time kulikuwa na hii thought ya kwamba chukueni hizo do lakini msivotio mse. Na juzi tumekuwa tukiona hii movie ya nini documentary ya Boniface Mwangi, I think a very well known rights activist in the country. Na ukiwatch hiyo movie kuna mahali ameenda kwa soko fulani, I think ni Mudhuru or somewhere. And then wanamwambia tupe do. Anasema mimi sina do, mimi niko na policy. Alafu wanamwambia sasa tutakupigiaje kura kama una do. So I think hapo ndio problem iko. Yani the money isikuwe ndo the reason ya kuvotia huyo mse, but maybe you could take it because of your reality, but bado in your mind maintain your knowledge ya kwamba your vote inafaa iende kwa ule mtu maybe mwenye you believe akona maybe the policies ama sometimes even just the right kind of attitude towards leadership that we require. But please
Chief, mentality goes a long way. Mentality ni vile umesema entitlement, when a politician ukipatana na right now ukipatana na politician sahi, kama uko na handout mentality, utafikiria tu kazi ya politician ni kukupea do alafu inaishia hapo, si ndio? Mayouth huwa wanaitwa meeting na politician, kenye nakuja kitu ya kwanza kwa mind, tunapiga meeting ikiisha akitupea thao tuko sawa, si ndio? Mentality, and it goes a long way. Nilikuwa nakupea hiyo story ya woman rep,
hiyo ya thao nini
alikuwa anaenda fundraiser, anatoa thao, anatoa punch sotano, but electorates wanamuuliza, wewe tumekuchagua, mbona unatupea 500, unatupea 1000? Dijona yeye anasema yeye ana do ya ku fundraise kila siku. Citizen ndio wanafanya some of our leaders wakuwe wezi, because kama mtu anaenda fundraiser every Sunday kwa kanisa, anatoa 5 million, anatoa hiyo do wapi?
Mshahara yake ni about $1 million per month. Mshahara
5 million per month, but this guy is contributing 5 million every Sunday. So
anasema Mungu
missing link iko wapi?
Mungu amemuonekania.
Exactly. Now in other countries the citizens fund these presidential candidates because you're not supposed to use your cash for many other reasons, ndio, so that you see disadvantage other candidates, so that you don't bribe your way in. Now if we change this mentality ya mimi nikiona politician najua kenye naweza pata kwake ni do, not accountable, telling these people who create policies for an enabling environment ndio upate hiyo do. Like right now Mike Sonko, right now people are celebrating because he's not the governor anymore. I don't know about you guys, but yeah. Mike Sonko alikuwa anasaidia watu, right? Sindio? But aliweka structures za kusaidia watu even if he is no longer the governor. If you have the handout mentality, a leader is supposed to put structures even if he's not there. Zitaku affect bado. But handout mentality, it depend na presence of that leader. Ndio kupe hiyo do. Yeah?
Yeah, I think we have one last maybe comment from here, and then actually Chief and the very, very talented Achieng are going to be providing some entertainment as we begin the sessions today. Leo tunaongelea, we are having case studies on women rights defenders in Kenya. Their struggles, their gains, the opportunities. And we have some very, very powerful women around who have been involved in rights advocacy in various capacities. So tutakuwa tuna have those discussions. All through the week, we've been having very, very, very thought-provoking discussions. We started on Monday with a panel on unmasking the complexities around BBI. Then on Tuesday, we were discussing how to use creativity and innovation to inspire social change. And yesterday, of course, we had the issues on inequalities, and just, discussing issues surrounding the political environment. So we have a lady here who wishes to make a small contribution, and then we'll wrap this session up. We'll have Achieng and Chief come up, give us some entertainment, and then we will proceed into other activities of the day. Karibu sana.
Hey, everyone.
Hey.
My name is Mary-Liz Biugwa. Happy International Human Rights Day to everyone in this room, and most especially
Happy International Human Rights Day.
And most especially to the women in the room. I'll start from where Chief left at.
Yes.
And there's a lot of blame shifting that happens when it comes to how things are done in this country, right?
Yeah.
Pasaris goes and still say 5 million to come give people 500,000 Kenya shillings. Are we forgetting there's a budget in Kenya? Are we forgetting that actually there are kitties that are given to all leaders that are supposed to provide funds to societies, to communities that are supposed to fund the needs of these people? And while giving them 500 bob is not a solution, I agree. While giving them 1,000 bob during campaigns is not a solution, because 1,000 bob divide by
1,000 bob buys 5 years of your life.
365 days times 5. It doesn't make sense. It's like pure bullshit, right? But here's the thing. We can't keep on blaming young people when we keep on shifting the blame to young people all the time. We keep on blaming young people, or we keep blaming citizens and saying leaders are stealing because of young people. That young person, if they don't take that 1,000 bob, they're going to sleep on the streets that night. That young person, when they don't take that 1,000 bob, they're gonna go hungry that night. That young person, when they don't take that 1,000 bob, their wife is gonna fall victim to gender-based violence, because they're gonna go home angry and frustrated. And I'm not saying it's right because you're frustrated, you have to met that anger on your wife or your child or whatever. But I'm just saying you're a human, you're allowed to feel. And if you're feeling frustrated, then you're feeling frustrated. And we have to sit down and call out the bullshit for what it is. We have to sit down today and we say, the Jubilee government, Uhuru Kenyatta, William Ruto, and all the people, including Raila Odinga, have all been the fuckery that this country has experienced. We can't sit and pretend that young people are failing. We can't sit and pretend that everything is going wrong because of young people and the money they're taking. We can't sit. This has been a problem that has been going on for so long, since independence. Kenya has one of the most illegal budgets in the world. A budget that every year surpasses the proper confines of what a true budget should be. And all that money, where do you think it goes? It goes to the pockets of the few people that don't get even to 1,000 in number. What happens to over 50 million of Kenyans? What happens to them? If you ever slept on the streets, and I don't look like it, most of the time I don't, but I have slept on the streets of Nairobi. The streets are ugly. The streets are very ugly. You only have to spend a couple of hours not knowing what to do when you're in the streets of Nairobi to know you don't want to sleep on those streets. Now picture this. Picture in that group of young people, we have women, We have women who, if they don't take that 1,000 bob, someone is gonna give it to them, but they're gonna abuse them. They're gonna rape them. They're gonna, if it's a child, they're gonna defile them. Boda men stories make headlines every day in this country that young girls are having to, sleep with boda men to get 50 bob for buying sanitary towels. I don't think we sit and interrogate all these things properly before we begin blaming these very people.
Could we say that, sometimes two things can be true at the same time? I mean, there is obviously some responsibility the citizen has, because the citizen ultimately votes for the leader. And the leader also is accountable because there is a mandate, and you're supposed to live by that mandate.
It's a juxtaposed situation, right?
Yeah.
And
citizens go to vote.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely okay that citizens are supposed to vote. And it's absolutely also part of citizens' responsibility that they can be able to understand how to vote wisely, to vote for leaders who, do things that they want them to do. But can we also agree that when it comes to civic education, for instance, the government has failed terribly?
Could the government provide civic education because it's outside of their interest?
And that's the thing,
Yes.
Divide and rule.
Yes.
They know if they don't provide civic education, Kenyans will not be educated about the issues that are eating up the country.
Absolutely.
And when they don't do that, Kenyans will vote for thieves. And when that happens, then the country is going to go to shambles, which is what they want, and take all the money that is there for Kenyans.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
If you take that 1,000 bob, yeah, does it make right? Does it make it right? Because you will not sleep hungry.
It doesn't make it right.
Exactly.
It does
so
not.
if you don't take it, what is it called? Sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
And people are sacrificing every day.
No, but here's the question, right? I'm sacrificing for this country, right? To the leaders who don't sacrifice to this country. I might refuse to take this 1,000 bob and say, I'm hoping the next 5 years will be good. But I promise you I won't get to even tomorrow. Extrajudicial killings are happening every day. We lose youths in Mathare, in Dandora, in Kayole. These are young people who might have refused to take their 1,000 bob to live for what? To be shot? The other day we had a 4-day-old baby being defiled by the father. Let's assume, for instance, the father refused to take 1,000 bob. He refused so that what? He can go home and be frustrated and met that frustration on a 4-day-old baby. You see, that is the reality of things. Yes, taking 1,000 bob won't change anything. It's true. But also, if I don't, am I going to live long enough to see that change? We live in a country that constantly puts our lives on danger. And I'm not saying I'm not saying people should be taking the 1,000 bob. I personally do not take bribe. I personally do not sit in situations where I can compromise myself. I personally have already reached a point where I tell myself every day, when I leave the house, I'm ready to die if it means another person stays alive. But I've had to make that, but it's personal. But I can't also go ahead and pretend that another person's struggle is nothing. I can't invalidate that because I've gone hungry, I've slept on the streets, I've been in that situation, and I know maybe that same sacrifice I'm making, I don't have children at home, but the father who is taking that 1,000 bob is also making that sacrifice and saying, fuck the country, I'm taking the 1,000 bob so that my kid doesn't go hungry. And there's nothing wrong with that father wanting to protect his child.
And
there's nothing wrong with the mother wanting the child to live another day.
Absolutely. And these are the kind of passionate discussions we've been having at the Democracy and Human Rights Festival.
I have a question.
See, they are very complex issues. And we also need to go into another session.
Yeah.
And we'll be having a panel here later on that will be discussing or rather it's a case study kind of thing where we will be having women human rights defenders.
Okay.
And I believe you're perhaps even one of them who will be coming up here. And so you'll be sharing further some of those issues that you're saying, because these are complex issues. And if we do not have these discussions, we can't unpack them.
Yeah.
And if we unpack them, then we can distill them at mtu wa mtaani and understand where the problem begins and perhaps how we can start solving them from the grassroots.
Exactly.
This is the Democracy and Human Rights Festival. You can follow the conversations. You can send your comments through the hashtag Democracy and Rights Festival. And right about now, I would like to invite some very, very talented artists, Mr. Chief and Miss Achieng, who are going to provide a little musical interlude. And subsequent to that, we will progress into our panel of the day. So karibu sana, Achieng and Chief. And Mr. Weber, thank you so much for helping us kind of just recap some of the issues that we were having yesterday.
Yeah.
And as you can see, I mean, these are very passionate issues.
True.
And they're coming personally also from different.
Like, as a closing remark here, the issue is not the act of taking that 1,000 bob. The issue is the handout mentality. Yeah, let's get it right. The issue is the handout mentality. When you see a politician, don't see that 1,000 bob. See beyond.
I think also what you're saying is that in as much as we would like to hold our politicians to account, or we would like to, there are certain responsibilities that the citizen also has certain responsibilities. And the thing you said is about sacrifice. It's also true. I mean, we hear all the time human rights defenders going on the streets being shot at.
They're sacrificing every day.
So I mean, it's a two-way street out there. Karibu sana, Mr. Chief and Achieng. They're going to give us a musical interlude as we go into the panel discussion today, being a case study on women human rights defenders, and we'll be examining the challenges, the gains, and opportunities. And of course, we know that this is a space that has been growing. The involvement of women in human rights defense. Karibu sana Achieng. I see she even brought her daughter. Maybe she'll be helping her on the BGVs. Karibu sana. As Mr. Chief sets up, probably you can give them a little round of applause. And Chief is very active in social justice or advocacy. As you saw earlier, he gave us some very, very passionate commentaries on some of those issues. Karibu sana Achieng, and take it away.
Good morning. I'd just like to big up all the women that are taking it on to personally step up and be vocal about all the issues that are going on. The only way that we can progress as a country, and we keep saying this, we have so many reforms, we have so many plans, but the only way is to genuinely involve the women. We're tired of being, just an occasional act. Ule mwanamke mmoja in a pool of 5,000 men. It's wrong. It's wrong, and the world needs to know that. And women are here to keep stepping up to the plate, because we're done taking bits when we can have the whole meal. Yeah. I'm on stage today with Chief and our daughter, Menat. This first song is called Blind, and I wrote it from the perspective of a family because it makes it easy to picture things when it's closer home. So I hope we can all see ourselves and the roles we play in this family we call our country. Running and running and running and running, but you can't run from your truth. You're running and running and running, but you can't hide from your truth. Hide from your truth. Your house is so divided, you're too proud to admit it, caring what your neighbors are thinking, all the while neglecting your children. You've always been so controlling, scripting every situation to fit in your perfect religion. Why such a hypocrite person? To your congregation you lie, painting perfect pictures inside the gullible minds. Now I know I don't want to keep your lies alive, no. Msema kweli hukimbikwa na rafiki zake. Msema kweli hukimbikwa na watu wote. Wacha wakimbie, kimbie, 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 wakimbie, kimbie, kimbie, wacha wakimbie, kimbie, 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 wakimbie. kimbie, kimbie. You're running and running and running and running, but you can't run from your truth. You're running and running, running and running, but you can't hide from your truth. Hide from your truth. Your house is so divided, you're too proud to admit it. Now all you do is travel, maintaining so much distance from the ones you've deserted, living a life so expensive, a life that we cannot relate to. We no longer recognize you. Your clothes cost more than the food we eat. I send you a text, you're ignoring me. Then you come back home in the evening. First thing you do is complaining, trying to conquer by dividing. You're missing the point to all of this. How can we call ourselves a family when we don't exist in unity? No. Msema kweli ukimbiwa na rafiki zake. Msema kweli ukimbiwa na watu wote. Wacha wakimbie, kimbie, 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 wakimbie, kimbie, kimbie. Wacha wakimbie, kimbie, 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 wakimbie, kimbie, kimbie. Our house is so divided. What can we do to fix it? We're tired of feeling this helpless. It's time we came out of the wreckage. Stop treating us like we're heartless. We know our worth and we're priceless. We're tired of hearing you threaten how we are an easy replacement. You forget that we are just children. Doing this leaves us so breathless. We can no longer condone this. We are done surviving on our knees. You forget that we are just children. Doing this leaves us so breathless. We can no longer condone this. We are done surviving on our knees. Love will rescue us.
Rescue us.
Love will rescue us. Love will rescue us.
Rescue us. Rescue us.
Love will rescue us. Love will rescue us.
Rescue us. Rescue us.
Love will rescue us. Love will rescue us. Wacha wakimbie, kimbie, kimbie.
Come on, sing along with us. Say,
Kimbie, wakimbie, kimbie, kimbie. Wacha wakimbie, kimbie, 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 wakimbie, kimbie, kimbie.
let me hear those voices. Say,
Wacha wakimbie, kimbie, 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 wakimbie, kimbie, kimbie. Wacha wakimbie, kimbie, 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 wakimbie, kimbie, This is Menat, an occasional performer,
Artist in training.
artist in training. This second piece inaitwa we. And we, because si wote tumesikia mama zetu ama baba zetu ama mwalimu akitukashifu akikwambia we, ukisikianga hivyo, you know to stop what you're doing. This is a reminder to step up. There's a lot of blaming that's going on when we all know we have our roles to play and we need to step up to play our roles. Because when we don't play those roles, then someone else will step in and mess things up. So we, changamka. Yeah, changamka. Call your friends when things like these are happening. Let's feel the seats, man. Because ni sisi, tunaongea about sisi. Unapenda watu wakipigana, wacha ufala, undugu eneza, roho yako baridi kirefrigereta, tafuta hita na joto peana. Ukichoka na mtu unamlenga, dunia duara, mwishowe mtapatana. Na kiama sio siku inayokuja, imekuanga ni hapa ni sasa. Tukisema tunasonga mbele, kazi ni kwangu na wewe, hakuna nyuma, twaye twende. Kuketi chini na kuzusha matokeo haitaleta, badilisha strategy, pepea. Undugu is forever love, jenga dada yako and live as one. Mshike mkono akipotea, usiwahi sahau we are all we have. Ubuntu is what we are, jenga ndugu yako and live as one. Mshike mkono akipotea, usiwahi sahau we are all we have. Kazi ni kwangu na wewe, kazi ni kwangu na wewe, kazi ni kwangu na wewe, kwangu na wewe, kazi ni kwangu na wewe, kazi ni kwangu na wewe, kazi ni kwangu na wewe, kwangu na wewe. Sio lazima tugombane ndo suluhisho ipatikane, karibia nikusikizie. Njia ni moja kwenda mbele, cheza roho usijitege, amini moyo wako utakuongoza. Tukisema tunasonga mbele, kazi ni kwangu na wewe, hakuna nyuma, twaye twende. Kuketi chini na kuzusha matokeo haitaleta, badilisha strategy, pepea. Undugu is forever love, jenga dada yako and live as one. Mshike mkono akipotea, usiwahi sahau we are all we have. Ubuntu is what we are, jenga ndugu yako and live as one. Mshike mkono akipotea, usiwahi sahau we are all we have. Kazi ni kwangu na wewe, kazi ni kwangu na wewe, kazi ni kwangu na wewe, kwangu na wewe, kazi ni kwangu na wewe, kazi Santini.
Fantastic performance. And maybe Achieng, your song umefanya hapo mwisho. And you started out saying that if we don't step up, someone will step in and mess things up. And then the song itself says, Kazi ni kwangu na wewe kazi. I'm spoiling, of course, I have a croaky voice. But I'm interested, and today is the International Human Rights Day. And well, I've had the opportunity to see you perform a few times. And in relation to the respect for rights, and particularly for women, because we know women face some very unique challenges. And how do you see your music as a tool, perhaps, to, that can be used, to attempt? Of course, we don't want to imagine we are messiahs, but there is an attempt we are trying to make to kind of change some of these things. Well, what is your motivation for using your art in this way? Because we know there are other people who use it exclusively for commercial reasons.
My main motivation is to change that perspective of the statement you just said, that women's problems are unique. No, they're not. People just fail to understand the problems, and they fail to find proper solutions, or we just circle around things that don't work because they're benefiting the few. My aim with my work is to show all the women that we're going through the same things. No one is going through anything unique. Whatever I've gone through, a woman older than me or even younger than me has gone through it. And the only way I can go through it without a hassle is to get through to the next woman. So the next woman can get through to the next woman. So it becomes a whole chain. I just want to form a chain of women around the world who are not divided, who have the same ambition, not the same goal, because the same goal, not the same ambition. Yeah, because all of us have different dreams, and that's beautiful. But to know that our problems are not unique, you can talk to the next woman and find your solution in her. Yeah.
And I'm also curious to know, we have also, as an artist, we have now I'm very cautious not to use the word unique, but we have artists, especially artists who choose to use their art for to inspire social change. Oftentimes they go through that challenge of and it's a dilemma really, because you are seeing others who are purely commercial and they're making all the big bucks, and then you feel like your art is being used for some social good, but perhaps there's that question of, is it being appreciated, because maybe you're not seeing that return on it. Is this a challenge you've had, and what would you say to artists coming up who are also interested perhaps in pursuing their art in the same way that you do?
Well, to be honest, it is a challenge I've had, but it's something I've grown out of, because I've come into the mentality that I'm planting seeds and the seeds will grow into trees, and I don't have to reap the benefits now. It doesn't have to be just for me. So it's not as painful as it was before, having to think that I should go commercial to make the money. There are so many ways. I feel like a very formless person. I can be whatever the moment requires me to be. So struggle is not, without putting privilege onto it, struggle is not an everyday thing for me, because it's something I work to get out of, so I can get as many people out of it. So yeah, the thing that keeps me going is knowing I'm not planting a seed that will grow into a whole tree today. So I know in the future billions will be resting under that shade, and that's what keeps me
going. And that's an interesting point, because I think someone once said that people want microwave revolutions, because we are so used to that 30-second, then
instant
and everything,
gratification.
Instant gratification. And having that kind of an orientation towards this, because it's very frustrating also to work in that space. You don't see the change happening. And so yeah, I think having that kind of perspective is, kind of energizes you, because you know that you don't have to. Thank you so much, and keep planting these seeds. I think you planted one in me a few years ago. It's now I'm almost naanza kupalilia nini, so I think there's also some. Thank you so much for a wonderful performance.
Thank you.
Mr. Chief.
We have one more piece.
They're
It's
gonna
called
do one
Gem,
more piece.
And this is a dedication to today.
The International Human Rights Day.
The International
Take it away, please.
Human Rights Day.
Let me see your fist in the air. Stronger, straighter. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. I am a rebel, 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 I'm a rebel, 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 I'm a rebel, 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 I'm a rebel. Napenda hiyo makofi, endelea hapo. Rebel, rebel, I'm a rebel, 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 I'm a rebel. That's all you got to sing, okay? Rebella, rebella, ma rebella, 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 ma rebella. Let me hear you say it now. Rebella, rebella, ma rebella, 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 ma rebella, 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 ma rebella, 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 ma rebella. Rebella, I'm a rebel in the morning, rebel in the noontime, rebel in the sunset, rebel every. I am a rebel in the morning, rebel in the noontime, rebel in the sunset, rebel every. Awuyela mama, I'm a rebel, 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 I'm a rebel. Rebella, 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 ma rebella, 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 ma rebella. Some more energy. Yes, I am a rebella, 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 ma rebella, 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 ma rebella, 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 ma rebella. Rebella, I'm a rebel in Kayole, rebel in Kangeti, rebel in Nubiru, rebel every. I am a rebel in Kayole, rebel in Kangeti, rebel from Madare, rebel every. I am a rebel in the rebel, 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 I'm a rebel, rebel. From Kirinyaga, rebel from Manyanza, rebel from Mombasa, rebel every. I am a rebel from Kirinyaga, rebel from Manyanza, rebel from Mombasa, rebel every. Awuyela mama, I'm a rebel, 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 I'm a rebel, rebel. Rebella, rebella, ma rebella, 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 ma rebella, rebella, rebella. I am a rebel like Timothy, rebel like Wayaki, rebel like Kenyati, like Megati, rebel like Timothy, rebel like Wayaki, rebel like Sankara, like Megati. Auyela mama ama rebela, 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 ma rebela, 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 ma rebela, 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 ma rebela, rebela. I'm a rebel like Wangari, rebel like Nyanjiro, rebel like Madikizela, rebel like Wangare, rebel like Nyanjiro, like Mekatilili, like Madikizela, rebella, ma rebella, 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 ma rebella, 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 ma rebella, rebella. Rebella, rebella, ma rebella. Let me see those fists one time, rebella. Auyela mama, rebella, 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 ma rebella, 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 ma rebella, 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 ma rebella, rebella. I'm a rebel like a Malay, rebel like a Kuti, rebel like a Tosh. Rebella, rebella, rebel like a Malay, rebel like a Rebella, rebella, ma rebella, 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 mama rebella, 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 ma rebella. Rebella, 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 ma rebella, 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 ma rebella, rebella,
Viva!
Viva! Viva!
Asante sana. My name is Lion Chief Matigari.
And I am Achieng. Thank you.
Give them another round of applause.
Blessed Lord.
I think we've all been recruited. We are all rebels. Yeah. Enyewe tunafaa kurebel upuzi. Si ndio? We have to rebel this upuzi, and it's a very appropriate song. Thank you so much, Achieng, on this International Human Rights Day. We are coming to you live from the Alliance Française. This is the Democracy and Human Rights Festival. You can follow us, or you can send comments and questions if you wish under the hashtag Democracy and Rights Festival. This is our 4th day of activities. We've been having panel discussions, creative performances, as you've just seen, all centered around the attempts to examine issues related to human rights, gender equality, and the consolidation of democracy in Kenya and beyond. And without taking too much time, we have now come to the session where we are going to have a panel that will be discussing case studies on women human rights defenders. This will be examining the struggles, gains, challenges, opportunities. And we know from Achieng now, from the performance, that of course we have to have allyship, across the genders. We have to have allyship across the age groups. And so I'm going to invite the moderator for this session, Jacqueline Nganga from Buni Media, and she'll come up here and then she will invite her panelists. As I said, you can follow the conversation and send your comments or questions through the hashtag Democracy and Rights Festival. So Ms. Jacqueline Nganga from Buni Media will be moderating this session. Karibu sana, and then you can invite your discussants. Makofi kwake tafadhali.
Good morning. Some of us are vertically challenged, so I want to believe I'm not really short as much you can hear me. I'm really happy to moderate this session today and to see a good number of women in the room. It's always encouraging when you see a good number of women in these spaces. So my panelists are going to be human rights defenders, some that we know, hopefully that we have met them before, and we know their work. I always say that the first time I was caught in the streets was in 2013 during the Occupy Parliament revolution, where a number of pigs were released at Parliament, and I was caught in the news. And my father called me that evening and asked me, Jackie, do you want to die? Do you want to die? What were you doing out there? Do you want those people to kill you? And it made me realize how difficult it is to actually fight for democracy in this country. Because, I mean, your life is on the line, and at any one point, you have to remember you have maybe young children at home, and your parents are going to lose you. And sometimes I would want to do something after that, and I would remember my dad asking me, Jackie, do you really want to die? And I think most of us have lost people that we love on the streets because they decided to fight for us, not just now, but even in the ancient days, from fighting for independence to allowing us to have this space that we can sit and talk about democracy and basically just have the time to be able to congregate and to speak our minds. So without many stories, I don't know if Rachel Mwikali is already here. Oh, sorry. The lights. So I'll start with Rachel. She's a ball of energy. So I want to start my session with her. So we're going to start. We are lighting candles, as you can see, so that may take a bit of our time, but Rachel and I are going to start our session. How many of you don't know Rachel? These are the women you should be knowing. So I'm going to start with Rachel. Rachel is a grassroots women rights activist and human rights defender. Basically a feminist by heart. So we are going to start with her. She's going to give us a brief introduction of who she is for the people who don't know her. Some of us know her. But for the people who don't know her, just tell us who Rachel is and what really inspires you to be in this space.
Thank you so much. Comrades power. Comrades power. And for my team, Pussy power. So, happy International Human Rights Day. But before we start, the reason why I'm having the candles, it's also to give an honor for the women human rights defenders and human rights defenders that have died in line of their work. So our request, we stand up, we give a moment of silence for our comrades and sisters in the movement. Thank you. So that's a very interesting question. And for me, this space is very personal. And when I say personal, being a human rights defender, born and raised in Mathare, and living in Mathare, being in the struggle because of personal struggle. Sometimes I don't like telling the story, but I'm like, it's important, especially for this day, to speak about it. Because growing up, it has not been easy. So it happened, I got into this early relationship. You know, the people who live in formal settlement and girls in this country know how things are when things are tough. And maybe your parents or your guardian will have to provide, but they don't have the capacity. So it happened. And I was a child. So we dated for some time. I think we had a difference. Was it 9 years? Yeah. So you can imagine 13 plus 9. Yani miaka ngapi? And saying this is not like I want pity, but just to see, because people think Rachel tu aliamka kafika mahali amefika ameomoka. It wasn't a walk in the park, because I think being in different spaces in the community made me also started realizing that natakiwa advantage. Natakiwa advantage because I'm a child. And then it used to be very violent to me. And when I mean violent, it's not a joke. It's violent, both public and private space. And it used to hurt me so much that it was normalized in my community. The fact he exists as a man, he had privileges that I didn't have as a young girl, as a vulnerable girl, as a girl who was struggling. And the way the society was kind of viewing it, the same usual thing of blaming the girls that you know too much or you exploited in terms of ni wale wajuaji. So it went for long. And like even coming to this panel, my mind was like, because I'm still in the process of healing. So my mind was like, Rachel, do you want to still talk about it again and again? Because I've spoken about it in different platforms. But still, I don't want to feel that pity, like you managed to go through this, you're the person you were. But to make the whole story short, is a thing that made me now become a feminist, an activist. But it used to hurt me that even the legal procedure wouldn't be in support of me. I wouldn't want to use the word I was lucky, I didn't get pregnant, but it affected me in different ways, even until now. Yeah. The beating, the abuse, because I'm also from a single mother. And this is the thing, even I'm usually very clear, the fact you're also women human rights defenders, the public should not think we are not women like other women. We are women like other women. Because when I share this story, even in different spaces where people are like, "Ay, wewe yani mjuaji ungevunjwa kweli." And it's the thing for most reality of most women human rights defenders. Yes, we defend rights, but kuna tupia wanatudhulumu either psychologically or in other way. Luckily, with the love and support of everybody, I think nilijitoa sijui nikiwa 21 ama ni 22. But I'm below 30, yes, sijazeeka. Msinizeeshe. But it hasn't been an easy moment. That one I can tell you for sure. So my personal struggle and seeing even the people around me, the women around me, the things they were going through, not only even within Mathare, because that's when I usually very clear that a lot of these inspiration things for me being the person I am is through different people. So I was organizing silently in different space. And if there are also women that I respect, I need to give credit to, they're called Mathare Mothers Development Center. They really like worked with me, but you could feel people within that space feel like one other struggles. So I think it made me like nimechukua time ndo nianze kulia, because even after that I was like, Rachel, unless if I see a violent case, I was like, so it made me harden up, because ungechapwa, and I think pia alikuwa mjanja. It was more of also torture that you not show evidence, because I think also my involvement in the movement for that time, he knew like Rachel as some sort of community network. So torture ndo zilikuwa pia mingi, na physical. Even you, I remember there's a time I had kibarua with Rubicap. Hiyo umefanya basi akiona hii. So there's a time nilichapa nikavutwa mpaka pisa. I had to shave the next day. Nikiuliza, I'm like, it's swag. So, you know, as a young person. So for me, things to do with violence against women are very personal and are very political to me because I know it feels. It was not like for me it was 1 year. It was a consistency of years being in it. And seeing that because of patriarchal system and structure, not anybody listening or not everybody putting the supports maybe I needed. Like, I can't deny there are people who have worked with me, because if they didn't work with me, singekuwa mahali niko. I've not been where I am today. But it has been a journey that now when I'm 28 years, is when I've realized on now to have consensual sex. Because I've realized some of those times it was defilement, it was rape. Things I'd never kept in mind that, and yeah, not only violence, but I was not keeping in mind, Rachel, you're going through rape, you're going through defilement, all this other form of violence. Because most of the sex there are not consensual. And if now I talk about now body politics with where I am and pleasure and sexuality, or now even it affects us as women and as women human rights defenders, I never realized this thing because it was about the man satisfying himself and not about me. It's not like now if I choose to have a consensual relationship with someone, it's based out of choice and not based, there's pressure, there's economic things involved. It's about me. And being that this day, which I applaud for AMSIV and the embassy for organizing this day, for me, coming here is not about the way about Rachel, but is the reality of us who are in the front line. Because one thing people tell me, I like smiling. I love smiling. But it's because of also, for me, smile sort of cover up or make me feel hope when at that time I didn't have hope. And having that smile is looking the kind of work we do as women human rights defender. It's lonely. And the kind of threats that sort of exposes us, but people expect you to be strong. And that's the thing nowadays, I refuse people to tell me I'm strong, because I've realized in terms of patriarchy and everything, it's being used to silence us as women human rights defender. We can take all the things, community issues, family issues, and nobody's asking you, how are you doing? Nobody's asking you, what are you feeling in terms of your feelings and your emotions? And to this is also to say, at this moment is when we need women human rights defender than ever in this country. More so young women human rights defender, because struggles is evolving. There's a lot of things that are evolving. There's a lot of barriers and things that are working against us, including even myself, Mwikali. It's not a tipia mini kosawa mani momoka. But seeing also the thing I felt it's important to talk about intersectionality within the women human rights defender. It's very important to do the human rights work with a feminist lens. Because women, we are not homogeneous. We have LGBTQ, we have sex work, we have biosthens, we have single women, single mothers, girls, like all in the community. But if you expect that all of us have to fit in that box without seeing our different needs, without seeing each one of us the role we have, it becomes a problem and a challenge of organizing. And to this is also like, we are also organizing in movements that are also, we have also male that are not progressive. We're organizing in movements also and in community where you're a strong woman and like Rachel, you don't have a partner. People see you as problematic because you have challenged that status quo. And sometimes is when I look at myself, I'm like, growing up, even in the community, you'll see these strong women in the community that were single, very strong, have chosen not to have kids by choice. People used to talk bad about them in the community. And now is when I realize, Rachel, I'm that woman that people used to talk bad sometimes back. But it's because we have refused to be put in this category of the society that you have to fit in this way. We have refused that we have to be told you have to be in this way for you to fit in this space. But now looking in terms of security, the reality is all activists organizing the ground in different parts of the country. I don't want to be biased on Mathare because we work also different parts of the country. Is that we are more vulnerable, but the women, we are more vulnerable than the guys. I remember was it 2014 when there was the security bill? That Kenya was imposing the security bill that was coming to criminalize people. I remember with also comrades from Bunge, when Bunge used to be Bunge. We were 3 women, and this one I have to be very specific and give them credit. That's Emily Kwamboka, Anima Ferrari, who is the former Secretary General of Gor Mahia, and Wilkis Ivana, and myself. And with the comrades, I think we're about 20. When we said we can't see a bill in parliament that was criminalizing Kenyan as a citizen, now when you talk about democracy, we tried to lobby people refused. And you see, we are a group of only 4 women in this demo that we were supposed to go to parliament and say this thing can't happen. So going to that process, at least I niko na nyama, sikuwa na nyama. Going through that process, and that's the thing for me, I'm like, activism is a call, and it's a passion, it's a conviction. But nakwambia kutoka KICC, hata si KICC roundabout tuko hapa Intercon, up to where Jomo Kenyatta is buried, it felt like it was almost 10 years of work with the horses and everything. But seeing the women that were also there and the comments that were there, like kujitolea mwanga to fight for this country, were like, we have to go. But now seeing the kind of violence that was tapped into me, which even never reached into public, because I had braids. The way even that policeman was even holding my hair. No umeshukwa braids zikiwa mpya kama hizo zako, eh? The way he was holding, I'm like, this is violence. But people will not recognize the kind of violence women human rights defenders also go through in the protest. But also will be quick to see our male comrades, what they are going through. So you can see the level of pressure that you're being put in. Another good scenario of the reality of women human rights defender, was it 2018 when we lost Sharon Otieno? Organizing as women, grassroots defenders and feminists, the first march to end femicide in this country was led by grassroots women. And big up to all of you. Some of you will never get credit of what we did, people like Grawinet, CGHRD, people like Feminists for Peace, people like even Bunge. But the fact we say that we are tired of seeing young women getting killed in this country and being normalized. We are tired of seeing young women and university women or students being killed and being used as a collateral damage for wealthy people, wealthy men, and wealthy politicians. We can't watch it. We are tired on the violence that is being imposed on us as women, because people don't look the issue about being part of sexual reproductive health and rights, and being part of also violence against women and girls. We got a lot of aid from this country. The people that you're online, you saw it. The way we were called, all of us, we are a bunch of lesbians. Being a lesbian is a wrong thing. The way we were called, all of us, we are not part of this society. It's supposed to be represented. We are against family values. We are against moral. And you wonder where there's the moral. Where your moral ends is where my moral starts. And what is moral to you is not moral to me. But the clear thing, this is bad. We need to call it out. But making it a public discourse, it does not work in the park. The kind of sleepless nights women HRDs had behind the scene, the kind of crying we used to cry. We used to cry and trying to see who can do what and do what. The kind of pressure we used to have even trying to mitigate security instances where even some of our family members were against us. So you can imagine the kind of level of pain we have to go through And most of the time, it doesn't reach visibility online as to compared to our male comrades. So for me, it's just to say it's important to put the visibility of the women human rights defender and put our story like in different spaces where also we can inspire more people, because feminism or women HRD didn't start with me. There are many of Rachel Mwekali. I don't want to be as if it's Rachel Mwekali alone. There are many of women who fought really hard for this country, people like Mekati Lili, Modoni Nyanjiro, even Wangari. But our story, the way it's written, is not about the things we bring in, the pressure, the sacrifice. You can imagine being on a security risk and you're forced to leave your kids and go alone. How does it feel? You're made even, and I think also this is the response that needs to be changed in terms of responding issues of women human rights defender, where you're forced to choose between you as a self, as Rachel, your partner or your kids and your family members. Because reality is, the moment you just go alone, the kind of things that follows you and pressure and depression after that, it's so intense if you don't have people who invest in you and support you. And that's why if people ask me what has kept you going, also for me this day I dedicated for people who have really invested on me highly. People who have walked with me when Rachel doesn't know herself. When she breaks, when she feels like I'm done, I'm giving up. Because it reached to that moment you feel like napigania nini? If people can't sing, napigania na nini? Which also was a big challenge. Now when you talk about the reality also, last year, and may the soul of Caroline Mwatha rest in peace. May the soul of Caroline Mwatha rest in peace. Because I think if there's the hardest time we had in this movement for women human rights defender, it was last year?
It's 2018.
2018. It was really tough. Was it 2018 or last year? Last year. Yeah, it was early last year. Because we needed Kenyans to stand with us, but they betrayed us. It is that time. That time when we don't put in and humanize the work, the labor that women human rights defender put in this space. That time when all of us were called all sorts of names. That time most of us were being put in these police assassins groups and being victimized. That time when most of us were being told tutakurepe, tutakuwa kama comrade wenyu. Nyinyi wauaji. I think kama kuna time ilikuwa hard even for me was last year. And last year meaning, and this is the reality. People can be like, you're such a darling, you're such an inspiration. But when rubber hits the road, when the rubber hits the road, utajiongelesha. But now, it's not about sisi kujiongelesha, it's about even the Kenyan public, the Kenyan citizen that claim. I was seeing the panel yesterday when people are like, activists wamelalisha, activists. I'm like, you see the same effort you're putting even in your churches, giving the 10%, the taxpayers' money. Can you invest the same on your activists within your community? Can you motivate them? Can you support them? Because people demand, people have a lot of expectation on activists and women human rights defender than anybody else in this country.
Thank you, Rachel, for sharing your story with us. On that last point, I have been hearing lately people say activists have failed us, and I keep asking, so how did activists fail you? Why can't you yourself be an activist? What are you doing to support the activism movement, and why do people feel that activists have failed them? Let's talk about democracy in crisis during the lockdown. One day I went to sleep. The next day I woke up to find people are on the streets because they are homeless. They've been evicted during a pandemic, and they are supposed to still observe curfew rules and be home and not outside by 9 p.m. But they don't have a place to call home because they've been evicted during the pandemic. And as much as it could have been government land, I always ask myself, so why were they not evicted before the lockdown? Why now? Take us through what are the challenges with the housing crisis and democracy during this lockdown period?
It's a very good question. And looking in terms where we are as a country, because I want to put in the spectrum of the country. Government of Kenya, it has failed its citizen. That's for sure. And I'm talking this also as a movement that we have been responding during the time of COVID-19. In terms of ensuring people get food, which is a right, by the way.
Oh, yes.
Article 43 of the Kenyan Constitution on socioeconomic rights and political. And seeing it was on March, yeah? When March 13th, when the first case was announced. There's a case that has been made public of COVID being in Kenya. People should stay at home and people should wash hands and people should social distance. Me, I come from an informal settlement, nyumba za 10 by 10, aluminium apartment. Aluminium apartment. Yeah, it's aluminium apartments. You're in this situation whereby we have been fighting constantly as residents of most informal settlement in Nairobi to have water, access to water. Now we have been told to wash our hands. What do we wash our hands with? It's very ironic.
Yeah.
So even the first campaign we did with community was that lazima hapa tupigania maji kuja na tuongeze stories zingine. So let's push, let's have organizing community so that we know how to deal with the pandemic. And keeping in mind the kind of houses we are living, to social distance, my friend, is a luxury. Would love to social distance, but it's a luxury. Even staying at home is a luxury that most of us don't have. So for us as a movement, we sat down as Coalition for Grassroots Human Rights Defender, like, what can we do? Because we can't run, we live in the same community. Human rights issues are being violated. So we had a community meeting also where the ED of Also Amnesty was present, Irungu, Orton, and we're like, yes, these are the things that we need, what can we do? So that's when we started the campaign of also like getting food, sabuni, everything. Like we ensured our response was based on human rights response and gender justice. And when I say that is that we are not donor funded, but we have to reach out to friends and different people and different stakeholders and different organizations. Like Kunai crisis, what can we do? Which we are very happy people came through big time because we managed to reach more than 500,000 households and we managed to pay for people rent. We managed to also like give people beds that also their house flooded, food like full packs and everything. But now coming to the issue of being a women human rights defender, it's a pandemic. Seeing our government using a pandemic to violate human rights and women's rights, it was problematic. It was really problematic. You're putting the guidelines, but you're not looking, and you're not even putting issues of women as essential services. You're only putting doctors, pharmacists, and everything. But you're trying to bury your head in the sand whereby we have women that get violated by their partner at night, and the girls that get defiled by their relatives. How are we ensuring we work with local stakeholders, activists, feminists, and civil society at large to ensure when these things happen, we're able to collaborate and work together? Because for me and many activists and human rights defenders, the reality was that, especially the 7 curfew time, it was a challenge, which is very unfortunate because we lost a woman in our own community because we couldn't get outside. Because the people, the government you hold into account, they know you're in your house. So it's easy for you to be targeted at that level. So you can't get out the way you used to get out. Umebishiwa, unatoka. So a lot of things were going on that were not fair. The eviction part, reality, now when you talk about democracy, don't tell me the government, they are not aware when those houses are built there. Our chiefs, our local administrators become Ministry of Land in our own communities, which is not their role. Their role is sort civil, wrong. But nowadays they are the gender experts, they are the judiciary, they are the police and everything. So you coming to violate people's rights in a pandemic, it's very problematic and I still condemn it. And the women human rights defenders also who were in the forefront calling it out were threatened. So you find on this other side, Okoradea, when you're Komadare, Okoradea, Kariobangi, like the government was on our radar so much. so much. And that's the thing, even for me, I was like, it's very clear as a government. COVID has exposed inequality. Inequality that has not been, it has been existence, not that it has not been in existence. But what are we doing? When it comes to right to health, which according to Abuja Declaration, each government is supposed to invest least 15%. Kenyan government invested less, which is 9% according to Oxfam report. What does this show you? That the Kenyan government doesn't care about the public, doesn't care about the doctors, doesn't care about the village, the community health workers. Because also, like when you talk about health, we need to give them credit. The ones we have worked with during this time of COVID, they have died, but they are not on the statistic. Community health workers. The kind of violence we have seen of women, where they have to go to the police station, Mnaambiwa, where some we have gotten involved in trying to follow up the cases, but the police, who are mostly in the police station, policemen. Where Kenya also is failing us in relation to UN Security Council Resolution 1325. In a pandemic, also you need to deploy police women, not only policemen. Did they deploy police women? No. We tried to push, make noise, they didn't deploy. What does it mean? During a pandemic, the Kenyan government is using advantage of a pandemic to violate human rights, to violate women's rights. During a pandemic, the guidelines from the Ministry of Health is being used to criminalize activists who went to demonstrate during the Sabasaba March for Life. What does it mean? It shrinks our own civic space. What does it mean? It shrinks freedom of association, freedom of assembly, Article 37 of our Constitution to assemble. What does it mean? It shrinks even Rachel's right to access public health services. You go to this public hospital, there's one that I've really worked on it this time of COVID. Ukisikia zile interview tumefanya kwa radio. Huruma Nursing Homes. I go to access services because I'm in a mask, you can't recognize me. And nimeparara yangu yote na slippers. Then you violate me and criminalize me and police me. And like, what does it mean? Being a young person that I want to access public health services, but I cannot access it in my own community. Napasho kweli kweli. So what does it mean for young people? What does it mean when we have a Kenyan government? And these one people and comrades and women HRD, you need to take it serious. When we have a Kenyan government on October this year, went ahead and signed Geneva Consensus Declaration, which criminalizes the women's rights and the right to reproductive health and right and access to safe abortion. And when I mean safe abortion is about the victims of rapes and the victim of defilement. They cannot access that services because now Kenyan government has chosen to trade our bodies. It has chosen that to say we cannot implement Article 26.4, which has access in case your health is at risk as a woman. So what does it mean when we see also the First Lady talking about Beyond Zero campaign, but the husband, who is the president, cannot implement what needs to be implemented? What does it mean for us women human rights defenders accessing those kind of services in the hospital? What does it mean for us women human rights defenders when we do a lot of this work, but it's never recognized? It's never recognized in terms, and this for me, I have to be political, in terms of also ageism politics within the movement. When Mwikali comes to a space, or when Mwikali is doing whatever is doing the work in the community, Mary-Liz, Salma, Danny, Dorcas, even Edita in Kibera and the rest of, and Marianne in Kayole, you do all this work. Who compensates for your work? Do you know what it feels, the reality of most women human rights defender? When the thing I usually say, when you're seen on TV, aki yangu, and then your child is being victimized by the teacher in the school. Mamako ndo wale kierere. So you find all the pressure of the society is being put into your child, or even your siblings, or even your relative or your family member, so that even they have to put in our family meetings, Kamkunji, they tell you, whatever you're doing, you need to stop. We'd rather open for you a kiosk, you sell tomato. We'd rather open for you you sell mboga, or you do something else, but you find you have, because of what you believe, you have to fight for them to understand what you are doing and why it's important for this country.
So which way forward?
The way forward is that let's look the rights of women through intersectionality lens. Because also being a women human rights defender, clarity. It's any woman who does human rights work in different space. In whether it's on land, governance, media, you're a woman human rights defender. But also we need to accept that we need to accommodate each other because of also the gap in discourse. Because also being a feminist, I feel sometimes we do a lot of work, but the credit also goes to the gender advocates, the ones who look very sexy to pronounce. Gender advocates or women rights advocates, but the feminists, we are seen as problematic, noisemakers, and everything. So I think it's important to recognize each one of us has a role and put more investment. This one I have to be clear. Put more investment on the work of women human rights defenders. We cannot do this work without resources. Ama comrades. We cannot do this work without resources. Fighting patriarchy, getting all this resistance, being a rebel, where?
Hard work.
And resources. So let's invest a lot on the work of women human rights defender. And the response when it comes to security issue, let it be gender justice lens. Like Rachel najua ako kwa risk, periods zake si ati zitastop, zitaendelea. Nikijua like I'm rescuing most of women human rights defender. Do we have sanitary or menstrual health kit, dignity kit? Because I remember there's a time I was at risk. I'm in another country. My periods are flowing. I don't have anything to use. You can imagine that level of indignity. I was feeling like my life is not dignified. But also investment in terms of capacity building. If there are movements that are not per se to donor standards, invest on that. Invest on that for them to be able to do the work they do. Invest to ensure that in every spaces of this conversation, the rights of women human rights defenders are being centered. And that's why if you see during the last Women Human Rights Awards, we were very clear, the one that Pasaris attended, I think it was 2 years ago. We want, even when you're going to talk about GBV and everything, the issues of women human rights defenders to be centered and government to recognize that we exist. We exist and we need investment and we need support from them. We need the work of women human rights defenders. When you're having stakeholders, even in the government, we have a representation of our voice. We have a representation of our voice in terms of our needs. Then as a takeaway, public, stop treating us as if we are not women. We are women. Stop treating us as if also we don't have feelings, we don't want to be loved or to love people. Pesi tunataka kukatiwa na tukatiane. Ukweli uongo? Ukweli uongo? Because there's that thing of biology being used against women human rights defender. Ati Rachel hawezi katiana na hawezi katiwa. Na maana natumia hapo Kiswahili, eh? Si ndio? Lazima public ikubali. Because if you see most of the women human rights defender, it has been used against them. Kama wewe una thick skin, kama mimi utaingia baridi kidogo. But let women human rights defender be themselves in their own being. Let them choose whoever they want to fall in love with without criminalizing them. And also this goes to our smallest unit in the community, that's our family. Our family zetu pia wacha kutuwekea kama mkunji. Because our family also, they have a role to play in terms of supporting us continuing with this work. So it's really important to recognize that. It's really important to know. Now this one have to beat a bit sector kidogo. Sector na wachapa kidogo out of love. We are going through a very difficult time now in the next 2 years of elections. Criminalization of human rights defenders and women human rights defenders is going to be high. Tafadhali. Staki my other sisters who are coming before me to go the things we have gone through. Because even the space needs to be enabling for us to exist. Hii space yetu, needs to be enabling for us to exist. Si ati yenyewe kama sijui kuongea kizungu wezi nita kwa space. Issues of human rights work doesn't need to have a PhD for you to do human rights work. It doesn't need for you to wear high heels for you to do human rights work. Because what I've realized, also the space, even knowing English, it works. Not knowing English, it works against us. Ukweli wangu. Unavyo siku hizi najaribu at least na twang kidogo. Because I've known if you're not able to express yourself in a certain language and everything, my friend, you'll have it rough. So that one needs to change. That narrative needs to change. Needs to change that everybody deserves to be a human rights defender. Everybody should be a human rights defender. Every woman should be a woman human rights defender. So that at least mkiniambia, I hope you're taking care of yourself, or release, you're taking care of yourself. When you do human rights work, I can have that time to rest. But when you don't do it, it becomes harder for all of us.
Thank you. Thank you. So the challenge is out. So we should all be human rights defenders. Yeah. So that is the only way Rachel and Mirilis and Salma and the rest of us can rest. Thank you very much, Rachel.
Hawana maswali.
We'll take the questions later. So I'll invite Salma to join us on stage. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Hi, everyone.
Happy to have you here. So this is Salma from Haki Africa. I'll give her a minute to just introduce herself.
Viva, comrade, viva. Viva, Mikali, viva. My name is Salma Hamed. I work with Haki Africa as the Deputy Executive Director. I'm from Mombasa. Glad to be here. I can say I'm a human rights activist, but specifically women. And the work that I do in the organization is to fight for women's rights and youth. And the reason why I chose this is because of the background that I come from, that is cost. We all know what cost means with women, especially Muslim women. You being a Muslim woman, there's a category that you are kept to be belonging to. That category is you're supposed to be a housewife, a slave to your husband, a person who stays indoors. Your work is just to cook, feed the family, and feed the men. Feed the man, you know? So that is the work that you're brought up knowing. And when you fail to perform that feeding the man, you know, it disowns you from all other things that you're doing. So what I began doing is that I wanted to show that there's a change and we need to change. And by changing is to set an example. I grew up in a family of 6. I'm the last born. And ironically, the hardcore, I can say. Because sasa unajua unazaliwa katika familia watu wamekuwa reserve na nini, alafu sasa wewe hapo kimbelembele ndo umetokea unasimama. So they always tell me like I should have been born like a man, not a woman, because they've never had a woman in the family who is aggressive and outgoing. So then when I got married, when I grew up in a family that we are not allowed even to go and visit a friend without an accompany of your mother. Mimi, wherever I used to go, I used to be with my mother. Even during festive season, waenda kwa swing zile, your mother has to go with you. So I grew up in that environment. I learned in a nursery school that is purely women only. I went to primary school, which is purely women only. I went to high school, which is purely women only. I never knew how to mingle with men. And whenever I used to see a man, I was like, I shiver. I didn't know how to present myself. I was like, shit. Sasa mimi nafanyaje hapa? How do I even sit? Pengine nikiketi hivi huyu mwanamume ataona nimejiachilia. You know, you keep on questioning yourself because you're not used, because I was brought up by my mom as a single mother. So then, when I was in high school, I don't know, I used to be a very bad noisemaker. So every time a list was brought to the teacher, my name is there, the first person. And every time I'm punished, I go back, I forget that I was punished, and then I talk again. It's like I couldn't control my mouth. Yani mimi naongea. So the teacher said the only way they can stop that is making me a prefect. So they made me to become a prefect, and they told me, make sure when you bring us a list of noisemaker, your name appears first. And if you don't want it to appear first, then keep quiet. So I used to be mnoko. You know, ile mtu akifungua tu hivi meno kusmile, mimi nishaandika jina rakaraka. I wanted to have allies and accomplices so that nijulikane si mimi peke yangu naongea. And then I was promoted to be a head girl. So when I was a head girl, people used to see like, there's something you've done. So they started doing like the kamkunji thing to make sure that mimi nimetolewa kukuwa head girl. So one day nilikuwa paraded at the assembly, and people was there and saying, tumtoe, tumtoe, and that offended me. It offended me to an extent I felt like I should just quit learning. And I was in Form 4. So from there, I just stayed at home. When I was staying at home, I don't know what happened, but at least I was performing. I don't know how, because I was very naughty. I don't know what time I got the chance to pick a book and read. But every time I was doing my exams, at least I was among the top 10. So the teachers felt it. So like, why aren't you coming back to school? I told them, I don't think this is a place that I belong. And then they told me, you need to claim your space. These things should not intimidate you. Show them that those things that they're saying about you doesn't even affect you. Come back to school. So I was debating in my mind, can I go in a place where I know very well I'm not needed and all these things? Then I told myself, yes, I should. And I went back and I continued, and I managed to get a C+. I know it's not a good mark, but at least I did it, even without so it's something that I can say it began from there. So that was just like a brief introduction of who I am, but maybe we can proceed.
Thank you very much. So tell us about the work that you do in your community regarding democracy and human rights.
So as I mentioned earlier, I work in an organization that we fight for human rights. And me personally, I normally engages myself with women's rights. In what I do, one is identify women who don't have voice to give them voices. Identify women who are weak to give them strength. Identify women who are not aggressive to give them courage so that they can go out and ensure that their voices are heard and they can claim for their justice. So by doing so, I normally do like meetings, but when I do meetings, I tell them the black and whites that they keep on hiding. Like, look, guys, you are not entitled to cook for your man. It's not said anywhere in the Quran or in the Bible that you have a duty to cook for a husband. I remember there was a time I was doing so. I was talking to a women and men came into that forum. Walinibeba juju wakanitoa akanambia toka hapo napeana kichwa kwa wasichana wetu hapa. And they chased me out of that forum. But what I told them is, if you're not going to stick to this, every day your rights are going to be infringed, because the perception out there is we are slaves for the men, whom we are not. The only thing that you're obligated to do, even in the Quran, is to satisfy you sexually. That's it. That's it. Nothing more. The rest, wewe utanifulia, unipikie, uninunulie nguo, nifanyie nini, but mimi yangu ni kuhakikisha najua vipi ukikuja na kuentertain. For men, that's our work, not to cook for you. So when the women hear this, they felt, okay, let's hear more about it. So every time I'm in a forum, a woman will stand and say, I'm not allowed to speak, but allow me to speak in private. And I would discourage that. Why aren't you allowed to speak? Just simply because at the cost, women are not supposed to stand in front of men and speak. When you stand in front of men and speak, yaonekana wewe ni wale wanawake ambao wanafaa kutolewa katika jamii. Ni watu ambao wamekosa haya katika nyuso zao. Ni watu ambao hawafai kuwa katika mila na desturi za kipwani. That is how you are categorized. So in front of a man, you will stand and tell them that this is my right, and they will say, go back. I don't even know who will marry you in this country, in this world. So even men tend to dishonor. I agree with Mikali. We also need to be katiwad. We also need to be loved. But men fear us. And the reason why they fear us is because we know our rights. And they want those that don't know their rights for them to infringe their rights. Wanataka wawagandamize. So you see, when you go out and talk to them and tell them that, look, this is not the way to go, they feel unapatia kichwa. So at the cost, tuko na wanawake ambao wanaume wao wanauliwa. Wanauliwa kiholela holela. Extrajudicial killing. These women, they are victimized, they are marginalized, and they are sidelined by both the state and non-state actors, including the community, because they are perceived to belong from a family that brings up terrorists. They don't know the cause of the death of the man. The fact that mwanamume ameuliwa, there you go, wewe bwanako alienda Somalia, then you're supposed to be disowned. No one wants to associate with you. Even if you are selling the best dishes out of the best, no one will come and buy it from you simply because your man was killed. So these women tend to be sidelined, and they are victimized. So what we do, actually I do, is bring them together. We have a sitting. Let's share your, experiences. How did you find yourself into this? And unfortunately, they are not even aware of their whereabouts of their men. They don't even know that their men have been recruited into Al-Shabaab, or maybe they were killed because of one reason or the other. They're just blank. And majority of these women are not learned. They're just reserved, and they're left behind with several kids to take care of. So women human rights defenders who are there sometimes are also felt like they are, accomplices of terrorists, because they bring them together. When we bring them together to know what is their challenge, we are perceived to be accomplices to them. So that is what I normally do. The second thing is we normally learn from them to know the early warning, early signs of the upbringing of a terror suspect. We want to know how can we control these people from being radicalized. And that has landed us into a lot of difficulties. I personally have had to go into a safe house 3 times, simply because the government feels like we have enough information to give them so that they can do their job. By doing so also, it has been made it look like our organization is sympathizing with Al-Shabaab. To an extent, we were even closed down. Our accounts were suspended for almost a year, just because we deal with women who are affected on issues of VE. We have criminal gangs that are emerging at the coast, criminal gangs of young youth whom we cannot even understand why they are so, many right now, and people are afraid of even reaching out to them. So what I normally do, I go to the deans, the maskani that they're sitting, and I have a sitting with them. Trust you me, it's not easy in Mombasa. Go to a maskani of men, the way I am in a buibui and hijab, you are perceived to be one of them. Either wewe pia wavuta, watumia, ama uko na mtoto anatumia. Trust you me, I've never even tasted a cigarette. But I accept to be told whatever I'm told, because I want those people to change. So now the government, every time the targeted or the beneficiary of those people that we, reach out to does anything wrong, they come back to us and tell us, you see, unapatia kichwa, look at what they have done. So you are torn in between. You want to change the community, you want to make the government understand that you are doing it for them because they have failed to do it. So that has also been a challenge to us as women human rights defenders, especially because when you are a woman human rights defender, you have 2 hats that you're wearing. One, a mother, and the other one is a woman human rights defender. Whenever you see something, first of all, you take it as your child. Every time you go to the ground, unazungumza na wanawake unawaona kama ni madada zako. Ukienda kwa vijana unaona kama ni watoto wako. Ukienda kwa wanaume unaona kama ni mabwana zako. So tuko na ile huruma fulani ambayo inakufanya every time you put yourself into such kind of, situation. So it has been a challenge in a way. Many people expect a lot out of us, women human rights defenders. You are defending the rights, you are out there, you are working, you are struggling. As Mikali has rightly said, no one recognizes or appreciates you. You go back to your home, your man is expecting you to cook for them the way you normally do. They expect you to take care of the kids the way you normally do, and the other thing also the way you normally do, without knowing what you've gone through during the day. So we have to do it. Take an example of my sister who was here performing in the morning. You could clearly see what a woman is going through. She's singing. She's there entertaining us. The kid is there. She needs to give attention to that kid. She had to make her sleep on her shoulder while she's still doing her job. A man can't do that. The guitar man, sorry, I'm not offending you, but you are there to perform, purely to perform. And the daughter was there. And the first person she could run to was to the mother. And that is exactly what happens to women human rights defenders. Unaenda field, unafanya kazi, unarudi nyumbani, watoto wanatarajia uwafanyie kile unafaa kuwafanyia. Whether you are a HRD or you are a businesswoman, they don't care. Wewe unarudi unapikwa. I was arrested one day, recently, just because I was fighting for another woman who was killed in a police custody. And the first thing I was thinking about when the police were handcuffing me and taking me was, what will my kids do? What will they eat? Mimi sija organize dinner yao because nilikuwa najua nafaa kuwapatia dinner. I'm sure I'm going to spend a night in the police cell. What will they eat? And the first thing I could utter from my mouth to the colleagues that were around me was, please take this number, call my maid, ask her what is she lacking so that she can make sure that the kids are not sleeping hungry. I could not even think of where I'm going to sleep. I was thinking of my kids the first thing. As I was in the police custody, I was trying to hide from my kids, not knowing where I was because of the fear, the stigma, and the trauma that they will go through. So I was trying to protect myself from things not happening so fast for them to understand, to see it before I make them understand. But social media now ni nani? It was all over. And the first person, I have 3 boys and 1 girl. The first person who was so concerned, it was my girl, a baby girl. She's just 13. She kept on calling my colleague, my boss, and was like, I want to know what is happening to me. She was literally crying and she was saying, mamangu ni mwanamke, ataendaje kulala kwa police cell? The mentality she has, police cell ni ya wanaume peke yake. So anasikia sasa kuna wanawake pia anaenda huko anaanza kufikiria. And it was so unfortunate, the police cell that I was taken, it was in Bamba, there was no single police women officer. I was arrested by men. I drove all the way to Bamba. It was around 3 hours drive with men. They kept me in the middle and I could remember the conversations we were having. Moja ni kama alikuwa anajaribu kunikatia. Unajua mimi sijawahi kuwa na demu wa Kiswahili. Sasa leo wewe utalala na sisi. Nikamwambia, oh really? Then you are missing a lot. Haujawahi? I was even trying to show him that I'm not even afraid. Haujawahi kuwa na demu wa Kiswahili? Oh okay. So unajua venye Waswahili tunajua kuchukua wanaume. Not that I'm bragging, but I'm just trying to tell you what women do in Kiswahili. So they were like, you could clearly see anajaribu kutupa mistari. And I didn't show them that I was afraid, but I kept on asking myself, what happens to the other women from the grassroots who were, arrested? And then when we were at the police cell, they wanted to do me a search. There was no women police officer. And they were telling me, sasa hatuna polisi mwanamke itakuaje? Nikamwambia, then you're not searching me. They told me, no, we have to then, okay, get a woman. What they did, they took a wife of a police officer to come and do me a search. I don't know whether it was a wife, girlfriend, sijui kama waliokota tu mama barabarani, but at least it was a woman. So she came, and what she was telling me is, hata mimi sijui nakusachaje. Nikamwambia, okay, let me tell you what I have. I have a pin of my hijab. Can I give you this? Yes. Okay. I think I have a nail cutter in my handbag, because she doesn't even know what she's looking for. And I was just pointing out those small things that people take them to be small. But for me, it was like, God has sent me here to see the gaps that are there. How can a police cell doesn't have a woman? So when we were sleeping, they were telling us, we were only 2 of us, another lady who was pregnant apparently, and me. And they were telling us, hatutawalaza kule kwa cell, wacheni mkuje mulale hapa kwa reception. In fact, they were telling me only. They were treating me different from that other woman. I told him, do you do that to this other woman also? Say, sasa si unajua wewe yako ni special case. Nikamwambia, kama ni special case ningeenda Mathare kwa Wandazimu, but niko police, then I'm treated like these people. Treat me the way you are treating these people. Okay, then wacha tuachukue tualaze hapa. And I could not sleep. I was just observing. So the men, you could clearly see they were coming, wanaangalia kama mnalala na nini. Funny enough, the other lady was sleeping as if she was at her house, sleeping, literally sleeping and snoring. I was like, how dare you? Mimi naona kama usiku haiishi, and but then it reached a point where we needed to go for a short call. And we told them we want to go for a short call. They told us, okay, wacha tuwapeleke. Ati tuwapeleke nani? Sini sisi sasa mtafanyaje? Sisi tunaweza kujendia, hakuna, nyinyi ni wafungwa. Okay, so nani ananipeleka? Ati huyo sasa ofisa mwanamume ananipeleka. And the funny thing, tunatoka nje ya cell tunaenda kwenye meeting, ndo tunapelekwa kwa short call. So you can imagine what will happen if we were not that strong, and what happens to other women. So as a woman, human rights defender, I wasn't even looking at myself as myself in that problem. I was looking at other women who are there. And the first thing I could speak to the OCS was, I will make sure there are women police officers deployed in this station, because this is not the right way to go. And what they were telling us is, nyinyi wanawake Kiswahili muna kierere sana, muna mdomo, ndio maana wewe ulishikwa. And the reason why I was arrested, first of all, I was brutally assaulted by 4 men, police officers. And when they were assaulting me, by beating me, they were telling me, nyinyi wanawake sijui mnafanya nini kwa maandamano, just simply because we were demonstrating. They're so used to having men demonstrating. When they see a woman demonstrating and being at the forefront, that is a sin for them. Atuliona mwanamke gani wa kipwani akidemonstrate, wewe si uende tu kwa nyumba upike. Kwanza nyinyi wanawake, hata sidhani kama wewe uko na bwana. I was just looking at him and I was telling myself, there's no need to argue with this fool. Sorry to use that word. Because they don't even know what they're saying. But the reason why I was leading that demonstration, it is because it was a fellow woman who has died, and the women around there didn't have a voice. They felt like this is the trend. If we speak, we are going to be, victimized. We are going to be attacked. So we need someone to speak for us. So we just had to go. And they felt like, huyu ndo ni kerere, wata tumvamie, tumtandike. After that, when I lodged the case to the police, they turned the case and they now, started harassing me and intimidating me. But this is the challenges that women human rights defenders face. We do a similar work than like the men who do, or maybe we do more. But again, we are perceived to be at the wrong time, at the wrong place, doing the wrong thing. When we stand and say that Carol and Martha should not die, to those stories you couldn't hear them. That is a true comrade who died. But Carol Martha alikuwa ni wale walikuwa wanajiuza wakijizungusha, and that is going to happen to all of us if we don't claim ourselves, our space, if we don't stand up for our rights, if we don't show them that we cannot be intimidated. It's very hard at the cost to have a woman who can stand and say, I am not intimidated, because people feel if you say so, utapata bahati ya kuolewa. Nani alisema kuolewa ni lazima? Hey, it's not even an achievement, guy. We can stay without you, sorry to say this, but it's only that Adam alipewa Hawa. So acha na sisi pia tutafute ma-Adam tukwe nao. But it's not a must. It's not a must. So that is something that women should know. And it's something that we face as women human rights defenders in this sector of the struggle.
Thank you very much, Salma. The men in the room, are you feeling the heat? These ladies are saying they also need to be loved. And they also have feelings, but you need to respect their space. You need to know where their rights start and end before you impose that they have to cook by 7 p.m. So tell us about having worked in the community and especially trying to empower women to know their rights and dealing with women whose husbands have been killed and radicalized and who have lost their sons. What are the mental health issues in the community, and how then do you help the women and the people in your community to deal with the mental health issues?
Thank you very much for that question. You see, it has always been easy when, okay, it's not easy though, but it's easy when you know you've buried your man than knowing your man just disappeared, not knowing when will that man come back, whether he will at all come back. That is trauma. And that is what we face, enforced disappearance. For extrajudicial killings victims, it's easy to know that bwanangu alikuwa mwizi, alikuwa akiiba na alikuwa akikatazwa asikii, sasa ameuliwa kwa sababu alikuwa naiba, than not knowing why your husband was killed. Not that it is right to kill anyone, even if ni mwizi, but I'm saying it's a bit easy than knowing that your man has just been killed without given a proper reason of why that man has been killed. So that is very traumatizing. And for the women who are on the ground, experiencing such kind of things, first, they tend to withdraw from life. They feel sisi hatuna tena maisha, sisi tumekuwa tukijua kwamba anytime na sisi pia tutauliwa na hakuna venye tunaweza kuendelea kuji-invest ama kuprosper in life because our life has now gotten into a standstill. The second thing that they face is the victimization, as I've mentioned. It is also traumatizing to them because they are affected psychologically. Many women at the coast are so used to men taking care of them. Wow, wanakuwa nyumbani to do all other house chores, but the men are the one who go and bring bread to the table. So when that man has died, they don't know where to start. They don't know where to start, and it is something that is also challenging them. So what we do is offer psychosocial support. Imagine I had to now change my career path to be a counselor because of such kind of things. I had to study counseling so that I can be a counselor to counsel these women, because you can't just have a talk with them without understanding what they are going through in their psychological mind. So that is what we normally do, offer psychosocial support. We offer economic empowerment. Some of them also don't know how to run businesses. So when you give them something small, they do it for 2 days and then it all dies. But when you give them that skill, they tend to sustain themselves economically. We also try to do entrepreneurship and also kind of lifestyle skills, because most of them are so used to be in their house. They can't go to meetings like these ones. They can't go to, activities so that they can get extra knowledges. So we encourage them, go out, mingle, get to know people so that you also get to see the other side of the world.
Thank you very much, Salma. So we'll take a short break and then we'll have the next two panelists come. So we are going to have an artist.
So as we wait for Teardrops to come and set up, he'll need a hookup for the guitar. We have some comments that have been coming in on social media under the hashtag Democracy and Rights Festival. And they are all congratulating you for your work as human rights defenders. And it's very appropriate because today is International Human Rights Day, and particularly from your community, as you were saying yourself. I mean, we don't see, we run an organization that does slam poetry. And we had a situation where one of the ladies who won the competition, she actually won it, and she was with child, and she's from the Muslim community. And everyone was wondering about how, the boldness that she was showing is not typical of people from that community. But we have some comments here as we invite Teardrops to come on stage. We have a comment here from Ambege Oyando from Migori, Kenya. He says, women human rights defenders are doing more than enough for this country. I have seen and heard of many human rights defenders all over Kenya pushing for campaigns against gender-based violence, teenage pregnancy, and FGM, but they are criticized all over, unlike their male colleagues. And I think you mentioned this even regarding the death of one of your comrades. Yes, and Nicholas Songora says, power to you, Mwikali. And he also says that gender-based violations continue to thrive in households, and the pandemic has only made the situation worse. We have another comment here saying, power to you, lady from Sultan Pwani. Salma Kongole za dhati. So that is a direct need to you. So as we invite Mr. Teardrops, I believe he and his band are backstage. They should just come forth. And we also have another comment here from Juma Mohammed Mwaboye. Well, he is quoting you that marriage is not an achievement. So hata vile ulisema Adam na Hawa, ndio tutafute, hata mimi natafuta Hawa, lakini si lazima. We have also another comment here. Mr. Drops, we are expecting you to be joining us. So a comment here says from Irene Oiro. These are coming over the hashtag Democracy and Rights Festival. Irene Oiro says, nice conversation. She says she's here. She's at the event and she's following us. This is the Democracy and Rights Festival. We've been having activities since Monday, the 7th, and we'll be running them till the 11th. And our themes are centered around human rights, gender equality, and the consolidation of democracy. So we have been having panel discussions. We've been having creative performances. On Monday, we had a panel discussion that unpacked the complexities surrounding BBI. I think, Salma, you were around. Yep. And it was very passionate and thought-provoking. And of course, we hope that these conversations are going to enable citizens to make informed choices. We have a comment here saying from Nicholas Songora. I think this gentleman is in the audience. He's really been contributing to the conversations going on. He says, despite the ever-increasing challenges for women human rights defenders, we remain firm in our resolve to realize gender equality. We must look into women's rights through women's lenses. This apparently is a quote from you, Mwikali. And maybe just to pose a little question to maybe Salma, you could, as we wait for the band to set up. The question of, you said you were arrested. And earlier I was cautioned against using the word unique. But you also mentioned the observation that when we were having a performance earlier from Achieng and Chief, and Achieng had come with her child. And do you think that this perhaps also is one of the reasons that keeps off women from engaging in human rights activities because of those risks? And they perhaps might be willing to engage in these activities, but because of those challenges, it becomes a little difficult. How do you think this can be addressed going forward so that we have more women? Because, women are actually more than men. So even by just that ratio, you can imagine that their concerns should come through. We should have inclusivity as we have this conversation. So how do you think we can create an environment or situations that can make it easier for women to participate in human rights defense work?
Thank you very much for that question. Indeed, this work is very challenging for women, considering the fact that it's so demanding. It's time consuming, and sometimes you cannot even plan yourself as a human rights defender. You are there, busy cooking for your kids, and a call comes in, a woman wants to be assisted, or rather any person wants to be assisted, and you have to leave everything and go and assist that person. So it's a bit of a challenge, and I can say maybe, yeah, it's true, many women human rights defenders want to do this work, but based on those challenges tend to kind of shy away from it. And the suggestion I would make that maybe might work is maximum support from our men. If we are supposed to take care of our kids, let the man also know that it's their duty to do so. If I have to leave the house at that particular hour, then I should be comfortably saying that the man is there to take care of my kids even when I'm not around. So we need that support. We need that encouragement from ourselves also as women. Every time there's this, I can say men are more united than women in a way when they do this human rights work, because as we mentioned earlier, when a colleague or a comrade gets into trouble, the first people that they will speak about it's the men. They're there, and they're, comrades power and all these things. And you could hear few voices of women who will come out strongly when their fellow women is in trouble. So maybe we should be more united. Also give encouragement to our colleagues, show them that we are here together. And she talked of a structure. We need to have a structure of women human rights defenders. Through those structure, which are going to be supported, hopefully, we can enable to create unity network and also see how best we can move together. By encouraging each other, people can also understand that, okay, we are not in this struggle alone. We can work together. So the support that we look for from our men, and also that network and strong bond that we should have among ourselves is what is going to keep us going.
And before you answer that, there's just a tangent here that has been sent. There's a question here from Nicholas Songora. It was initially directed at Salma, but Mikali, maybe you can just take it on also as you react to what I asked earlier. So the question is, so where do we leave the boy child? As the saying goes, if your neighbor is not safe, then definitely you may not be safe. Women are not safe, and this endangers men as well. So maybe as you answer that, you could also just react to that.
Yeah.
You're loud enough.
So my answer also to the first question of Salma, even the thing I say that women, we are not homogeneous. Yes, Mwikali, I'm in the movement. I don't have a child because I've chosen not to have a child, but I love kids. Is to ensure there's enabling space for women to organize and come with their kids. That's what we do. You can see some of our comrades, Beryl, Ados, and Jacinta and the rest. Ensure that even if you're creating this kind of platform and spaces, you don't make it such strict so that women can't come with their kids. It depends on how we organize meetings, how we organize forums. And this has to go to a matter of also investing even a space someone to take care of the kids when even the women are attending the meeting, or even in terms of now gender policy, or even the meeting that we are having, we ensure even our kids are able to know what we are going through, what our work entails. And this for us as grassroots defenders, we had to do it intentionally. Because we felt if our kids don't know what we are going through, it's hard even for them to support us. It's the same way now Christianity organizes. How many of the comrades, both men and women, go with their kids to the church? How many? So as a movement, we need to learn on that model. The model also of Jehovah's Witness model. Wangapi wananga Jehovah's Witness to mobilize? The model whereby you have your child also goes to recruit followers for the church. The same way model needs to be used with us. We need to use as comrades so that it ensures it doesn't shrink or make other sisters not to participate effectively. Debate is a boy child. One thing, women, we are more united than ever. That's for sure. Women HRD, we are more united than ever. That's for sure. Secondly, automatic for the guys, for the boy child, and for the men. The fact you exist as a man, in this patriarchal society, you benefit more even than Mwikali. There are spaces, even if I go now, let's say, for example, let me, Steve, use your example with Steve. If it's something that also will benefit Steve, the fact he exists like physically as a man, Steve will be listened more. But for Mwikali, even sometimes in this space, you have to fight with our male comrades. Lazima utoe makucha, ndo usikike. So it does not mean the fact Mwikali will love this space, or Salma or others, ati hakuna kazi imefanywa. Ile kazi imefanywa behind the scene, my friend. Ndo niweze kupiga hii kelele. It's a lot of work, because also the fact every day I exist, I have to keep on fighting. Fight for space, fight for platforms, fight for other women. And that's why now when we come in terms of organizing, that's why I'm now in that level of organizing with anger, but based with love. Based with love in a manner, we don't have to be in an environment whereby both girls and women have to go through violence or oppression for them to organize. Even if you have not gone through oppression, you can still organize. You can still mobilize. You can still do political education. But the fact remains is that also I think it's the responsibility of fellow men, fellow comrades, to talk with the boy child on how to respect women and how not to victimize women. Ndio tukipatana kwa barabara inakuwa ni two-way traffic. But also the other model as activists we have been using is ensuring the political education goes to our children and the children within the community, both girls and boys. Because this generation, when it grows up with a different way of seeing things and way of organizing. But nikiexplain nikubadilishe wewe, una imagine now the power and privilege you have. Sometimes men don't want to let go of that power. Let's be honest. Tuongeleshaneni ukweli. They don't want to let go of that. Unaambia nyata mimi nilivioletiwa, ati wewe uvioletiwe wewe aje. So you find there's so much that needs to be done. The level of exposure of women HID is different to violence compared to a male counterpart. Even still to your workspaces, even in the workspaces, what the level of violence for women compared to the male. In the media, how comes the stories of violence are not given visibility, but not giving visibility in terms of a victim? Because also there's that point of seeing women and girls as victims and not as primary stakeholders, something that we need to shift. And I'm happy with this artwork here.
Yes, this artwork is actually by
whoever did it,
Chela.
big up. Shela.
Chela,
Big up.
she'll be coming up later to
It talks
explain.
a lot. Because also when we have a community, which also the role of murals, sorry, I'm going to the murals now as played in our community, art speak to the arts, the way other panelists were saying. There's a way the upcoming generation, even the boys and the girls, they see this kind of art. When I believe nyata mimi naweza chukua kitabu nisome na nislay bila kuulizwa maswali.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I believe the band is now ready to come up. And so we are going to have a brief spoken word interlude by Mr. Teardrops and his band. Karibuni sana for that entertainment. Makofi kwao tafadhali. Keep following the conversation on hashtag Democracy and Rights Festival. We are coming to you live from the Alliance Française. This is the Democracy and Human Rights Festival, coordinated by Forum C with the support of the Embassy of Sweden and the partnership of Siasa Place, Sauti ya Wanjiku, Creative Spills, and so karibu sana as we have this performance. Keep tweeting, keep sending your comments, keep sending your questions, and we'll be passing them on to the panelists. We have 2 more panelists who will be joining us, and then we will have the discussion progress from there. Remember, the hashtag is Democracy and Rights Festival. And now we are having a spoken word interlude by Mr. Teardrops and his band.
Dear African woman, you are loved, you are cherished, you are appreciated. Stay real. So dear African woman, you can listen to dancehall, reggae, R&B, hip-hop, but you'll never forget your roots. So dear African woman, you are beautiful. Breathe in, pause, then kwa kipole, breathe out. So dear African woman, you are earth, you are fire, you are wind, you are water. Dear African woman, you matter. So dear African woman, your skin has a lot of story that no foundation will ever hold. So dear African woman, you are so beautiful that the rain is afraid to touch your skin because it doesn't want to see your eyes wet, and the sun feels sad every time it sets. So dear African woman, I'm told that the rainbow wants to be your makeup artist. So dear African woman, you are in the punch of Fatuma Zarika and Conjestina Chieng. You are in the voice of Susanna Wio and Miriam Makeba. You are beautiful even though the word amazing itself calls you amazing. So beautiful that the definition of the word beautiful should all be erased in the dictionary and be replaced with your face. You don't have to believe in everything you are told. You are precious. Your tears should be diamond, rare to find, and your sweat is gold. If women are fonts, then African woman, you are bold. So dear African woman, your skin tone speak volumes. Your skin tone speak volumes. Your skin tone speak volumes. So dear African woman, your hair is locked anti-clockwise. She was just by the way between either way and any way. She didn't know which way to follow. In fact, she had no otherwise, nor furthermore, because she fathers more motherless children. She cooks, she cleans, she sweeps, she kisses her kitchen goodnight before she sleeps. If she is a she, not a he, then she should be treated like a she, not an he. Then if God was a she, not a he, then the anthem of this planet will be, who run the world? Girls. She girls like those other girls. She's girly, but she doesn't girly because she's a copycat. She cat fights, she cat walks, and sometimes she dresses so cat as traffic. She's Delilah, she's Cleopatra, she's Eve, for she deceives. Her brain receives what the stomach can't conceive. It's more than life, so understanding her is a mystery, knowing her is another history. Because she's compassionate, she's confident. If she is a she, not a he, then she should be treated like a she, not an heathen. So shut up, because silence is the mother tongue of my tongueless mother, whose tongue has been cut off and replaced with a wooden cooking stick. So shut up. So daughter, when you're grown, just in case you want to grow up and be an insect, I don't want you to be fly. We all know that flies depend on waste. So daughter, when you're grown, just in case you want to grow up and be an insect, I want you to be a bee. So that if ever a man wants to call you honey, you'll know that you can make honey. So daughter, when you're grown. So daughter, then when you're grown and a man older than your father or the same age as your father want to court you, I want you to tell him this: I'm diabetic, I don't do sugar daddies. So daughter, when you're grown, I don't want you to go for men with biceps and triceps. I want you to go for men with concepts. So daughter, when you're grown, I will build you a mansion so that you won't fall for men with cubes. So daughter, when you're grown, don't be deceived by careers. You see, I've come across soldiers protecting boundaries with their lives, but they couldn't protect their daughters at the age of an FGM knife. I've come across socialites spending more time on the internet than they did with their children's homework. I've come across doctors whose wives were so patient that they've never taken them for a treat. So daughter, when you're grown and the world tells you to shake what your mama gave you, I want you to shake your head in disagreement and tell them, this is what my mama gave me. A big head full of values, principles, and dignity. So daughter, when you're grown, I want you to start listening to your own conscience before you start listening to Vibes Cartel and Conscious, because their vibes makes me unconscious. So daughter, when you're grown, I want you to have the mind of Rosa Parks and the heart of Mother Teresa. Sometimes you don't have to fight for your rights, you can sit for your rights. So daughter, when you're grown, I want you to be free, fly. My name is Teardrops. Give it up for Kenti on the guitar. Give it up for Dante on the percussion. Give it up for yourselves. Hey, na club yenu, you guys are selfish. Yeah, your slapsicks do sana. Give it up for Dante. Give it up for Kenti. Give it up for our panelists. Give it up for yourselves. Hey, anybody could you back in Baraka Mob now penda sana. Awesome. Have a lovely evening and a lovely day.
Thank you very much, Teardrops. So I'll invite Dr. Roslyn to the stage. Thank you very much, Dr. Roslyn. It's good to have you today. I'd like us to just get experiences on fighting FGM in Isiolo. I remember back in the day when I was starting my career in child protection, I worked on some elimination of FGM projects. And one of the things that we hear mostly is that as much as we want to fight FGM, it is women who want to be circumcised because they are asking for it, and because they want to belong to the community, they want to be able to negotiate for their space, they want to be able to negotiate for acceptance, they want to get married, and men in their communities are not marrying women who are not cut. So demystify this narrative for us. Are women asking to be cut, and why? And how can we intensify the fight against FGM in our communities?
With your permission. Yeah. COVID is real, eh? So I've lost a relative with COVID. So that's why you see me, from the time I came, I never removed, yeah? Okay, thank you very much. You are who?
Jackie.
Jackie. It's a pleasure to be with you. And today, I would really like to talk about FGM, and for a fact, I would like to talk about myself. But first and foremost, may I introduce myself? My name's Roslyn. So mnashanga Roslyn Mslamu, Roslyn Mkristu, Roslyn. My name's Roslyn, Dr. Roslyn, who is working from Isiolo General Hospital, and I am a medical practitioner. I'm a mother of 4 beautiful girls, and I have my firstborn in this forum. My firstborn is here. He's in Alliance Girls. Can you wake up, please? I came with my daughter. She's a 16 years old lady. Yeah. And my last born is 7 years. As you can see me, I'm not young as you see me. I'm 45 years. Can you congratulate me? Maintain. Oh, thank you. Well, I told you I'm working in the hospital, and I had an organization which I started 1 year ago. And this organization I started because of this animal called FGM, which is part of SGBV, gender-based violence. And when I started the organization, I decided to have my family on board because it started with me, and I saved 4 beautiful girls, including now. Please clap for me. Yeah. They didn't go through the FGM. Well, in this organization, I also try to join other more organizations which are human rights defenders, part of me. I have some women rising in Isiolo, and then there are other more, 12 of them who are with me working. What are the activities that I've been doing? I've been doing activities which are very noble. I was trying to end FGM as the directive by our president, Uhuru Kenyatta. He said by 2022, FGM must end, and of which I'm not sure, because it's only that I'm seeing from down there at the grassroots. Today I've come, it's an opportunity, I'm here with you. In Tana River, a lady called Sadia Hussein is working on it, but I don't see whether Nairobians are being circumcised. Surely. Is it going on?
It is. In fact, most people imagine that circumcision is only in the grassroots.
Thank you so very much. Well, I have been ending FGM. I have been telling you I've been dealing with the forced early marriages. Forced marriages are different from early marriages. I've been dealing with rape cases as at yesterday. You can imagine, eh? Yesterday, as I was coming, when I was invited to come for this meeting, I was to solve the case of rape case, a class 8 child who was raped some time back in March. She also experienced FGM. She was raped and being pregnanted. Yesterday, she had a baby boy. Pain part of it, she is a victim. So you can imagine all these scenarios. Worst of all, she's also an orphan. It's so painful because you as a medical practitioner, you always come across these incidents, several of them. Beside me, I am a survivor. I am a survivor of FGM, and I am very proud to tell you my testimony, exactly what I went through. I have written my story in depth. It's down there. And whoever wants it in internet, I can just give it to you. And you will have it. Sexual-based, gender-based violence is really too much in Kenya. More than even, it's spread more than even COVID-19. Yes, I lost several families because of COVID-19, but the issues which I'm always facing day in, day out is really bad. I rescued many girls, a 13-year-old girl who got married to 72-year-old man. You can imagine this old man getting married to this lady who is 13 years old and started beating her because she can't give in because of the pain of that cuts which she had, being an FGM survivor. Besides, she's also very young, that she doesn't even know what is sex. She never went to school. And I saved also that one, and the man is right now behind bar. Can you congratulate me? Please clap for me. Well, I was doing my introduction. And for my testimony, I will start with your permission.
We may not be able to really get all of it because of time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be brief and I'll tell you what I went through. People of God, I'm a Muslim. I was a Catholic before, and right now I got married in Muslim culture, and I got a Muslim man. I was circumcised when I was just 6 years old, and I didn't went through only one cut, but rather I went through 2 cuts. The first time, my parents aren't at home, and sister to my mom decided to take me through the cuts. I was just what we call nursery school. I was chased by my brother. He's the one who held me in front of the cutter. And every cut, it comes with bleeding. The second cut I went through when I was 12 years old. Why did it happen like that? It happened because in my culture, they say, when you are cut, there is that remaining. There are types of FGM. The first one is clitoridectomy, removal of the clitoris. The second one is excision, whereby labia majora is being removed plus the clitoris. The third one is whereby there is clitoridectomy done, there is excision done, and then there is complete closure. All that flower you can see, all the vestibule is being removed. And at one moment, it's even closed using thorns and thread. At the point whereby a man even cannot pass through. The second time when I was cut, I was 12 years, as I told you. I was unable to urinate. I had distended abdomen whereby there was pus inside my womb. Therefore, they decided to take me to a doctor whereby he has to defibrillate. You can imagine, it was infibulation closure, removal of the clitoris, labia majora, labia minora, vestibule, and then closed. But now the closing has to be open, defibrillated for the urine and the pus to come out. People of God, having gone through that, remember every cut goes with pain. Every cut is a torture because you'll be old, your legs, your hand. Every cut is really frustrating. However, after being put on antibiotic, the good doctor put me for 3 weeks in the hospital. I got well, and by the grace of God, definitely, sijapandwa nikae tu hapo. Nimekuwa mkubwa. I got married. And when I got my husband, I got 5 pregnancy. Because of the time, I want to cut you short. My story is painful. And all survivors have painful story, just like me. They have a story to tell. They decided to do operation on me for all the 5 kids. Thanks be to God, successfully, I got the 5 girls, but my last born, who is just an infant, passed away on operation bed. the only boy. And I remained with 4 girls. The doctor, the 5th time he operated on me, he said, Roslyn, where we have reached with pregnancies, we can no longer go on. And saisi ugangane na maisha yako ya kulea wasichana wengine. Therefore, we are doing BTL, bilateral tube ligation. I went through that tube ligation. As at now, however, I wanted a child that was 7 years down the line. My last born is 7 years, I told you. I cannot get or neither bear any child. It is so painful, it is so traumatic for me. And I went through several side effects due to the 2 cuts, infections, the pains, the tube ligation, closure of the uterus. People of God, after all this, I started having psychological trauma, which has really distracted my ways of living. And I have to write a book about my life. I went through 5 operations, and it also ended up having effect on my abdominal pain. My abdominal pain, which is still, as at now, I have problem with my menses, which is menstrual period. Any other woman enjoy time with their husband for a month, 3 days of menstruation period. Here, Roslyn is going through the bleeding for 15 good days. It is so painful. Gynecologists are trying to correct with all what they can, but all is due to the FGM. I put the strategies as place, and the strategies which I wanted the world to adore to it is, I said, all survivors to come out with their story. There are many things which is happening down there, especially at the grassroots. Now that the COVID-19 has been there, I said, survivors to come out. I, as Roslyn, decided to put a group of 2 in Isiolo, Wabera and Bulapesa, and of which I'm trying to extend my hand to the grassroots where I come from. I didn't come from Isiolo. I am coming from a place called Saleti, which is 380 kilometers from Isiolo itself. I don't know from here. And I've been traveling, going all around, empowering girls. In October, I empowered 2,822 girls. In just recently, 2 weeks ago, I empowered 1,500 girls with sanitary pads and pant drive. Why do I do this with my company? Why do I do this with my CBO? It's not an NGO. I'm doing this at least to make end meet for those girls who are down there. And there are other more who are suffering. FGM comes with fistula. I went through infibulation, but there are others, when they are cut, the cut go to the anus, to the vagina, the vein, and articles are being cut. People of God, when these things are cut, and you are as young as 6 years or 12 years, personally, I didn't get VVF, that is vaginal fistula, but they are there in our community. And you can see many women just got married in a month, and they get divorced because of the smell. It's so painful. Many girlfriends are being left by their boyfriends just because mwanaume anasema huyu mwanamke anatupa sana. Nililala naye siku moja, singeweza kurudi. Little did they know, it is the same cuts of FGM which caused fistula, and of which slowly it's killing that lady. And a woman in my community can get married 10 times. So painful. Imagine of a woman like me with infibulation, then the infibulated. Think of the man who married to me. I love him so much. And thanks be to him wherever he is, the father of this child. Because every time is a struggle in that bed. I don't blame men for jumping from one man to another, because what they are looking is for that flower to be complete, for all those accessories to be in place. They are looking to penetrate smartly without a struggle. But will they penetrate that place when the hole is not there? It's a penis to make it penetrate. My dear good people, people of God, women are suffering. Women down there are suffering. The FGM is done to women, and it is done by the same women. Sorry to say this, because whoever hold me in front of the cutter is a woman. My mother is a woman. We are the one finishing each other. Yes, GBVs are there, but then more than GBV, we are becoming other obstacles in our own life. We end FGM as the directive of President. By 2022, at least we have 3/4 free country of FGM and other GBVs. It's so painful. Thank you so very much. You will just ask me a question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosalind, for sharing that painful story with us. Very sad to hear what women have had to go through, and the stories out here that actually women are the ones who want to be cut. So I'll invite Mary-Liz, and then we will take questions after her. Thank you, Mary-Liz. We are happy to have you.
Thank you for having me.
I can see you're still doing Stop Homophobia, which is amazing and encouraging. So Mary-Liz identifies herself as an intersectional feminist. I'd like her to just tell us what that means, and then we will jump into it.
Hey everyone, my name is Mary-Liz Biubwa, a human rights defender, an activist, a Black, radical, queer, angry, intersectional feminist, and definitely a Kenyan. Don't forget angry, by the way. For whatever reason, do not. If you forget anything,
really
do not forget
that.
angry. And I am happy to be here today, and happy International Human Rights Day to every human rights defender in the room, and most especially to every woman with an X, the women who refuse to go by the rules of what women should go by, the women who wake up every day to remind the universe that we are here as human beings first before anything else. And thank you so much for having me here. When we speak about intersectionality, the reason I say I'm an intersectional feminist is because I understand, is because I understand that as a human being, I can't fully go through all experiences. First of all, I exist in this body. I exist as Mary-Liz, and that's pretty much all the experiences I can have, all experiences I can have as Mary-Liz. I can never have experiences as Rachel. I can never have experiences as Salma. I can never have experiences as a man. I can never have experiences as a transgender woman. I can never have experiences as a bisexual woman. And so that given, my feminism is the kind of feminism that understands that regardless of me having zero experiences over those issues, that doesn't mean that those issues are not valid. And that doesn't mean that those human beings deserve to be oppressed in any shape, way, or form just because of existing as who they are. So that's why my intersectionality, and yes, for the sake of for political reasons, I am a lesbian, I am a gay woman, and proudly so.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I know, as Mwikali had said before, that strong women who are gender or human rights defenders are basically identified out here as lesbians because who will marry you and you can't keep a man, not because really they are identify themselves as lesbians, but because the whole idea of being powerful and being in that space that you don't really need a man to protect you and you can wake up and go and defend yourself is not attractive. So having been in this space, there's a lot of stories about how did you end up here? Were you abused as a child and that's why now you don't want to, you know, have men in your life? But also just understanding the fact that even people who identify as gay or lesbian or have different gender dynamics are also abused and raped and defiled and all these things. And some of them don't really come out here. I remember going to a clinic at Olympic in Kibra in 2013 when I didn't really know so much about gay, lesbians and all. I used to hear them when I was in high school. But then there's this guy who came and he could not be offered treatment because he had been raped and he was a man. And the doctor said he cannot, his morals cannot allow him to treat him. So what are the challenges that people who do not identify as male or female or heterosexual face, and especially how has that been during the lockdown season?
People in the LGBTIQ plus community face a lot of challenges. But one of the biggest challenges is the fact that we live in a country that criminalizes us. Our constitution, Article 162 and Article 165 of the Penal Code, criminalizes same-sex intimacy and criminalizes homosexuality. In that regard, it means if as Mwikali likes to say, if the rubber hits the road and I'm taken to any police station today by the mere fact that I'm gay, all other things that might have been done to me or I may have done may not matter much just because I'm gay. Because a penal code pretty much says when you are taken to court under the penal code, it's almost as if it's the end for you, really. If it's about 14 years imprisonment, that's what you're going to get. And I feel like that's one of the biggest discrimination we face. And then outside of that, like she has just said, LGBTQ people go to hospital and we go through a lot of abuse. It could be physical abuse, emotional, psychological, and pretty much things to do with rape and sexual abuse. And the reason we go through that is because there's a word that I find very problematic, but is a word that we have to use if we are telling the story of queer people, is a word we call corrective rape. We live in a society that, and I'm sure in this room we have a man somewhere who, after I said I'm a lesbian, they said you've not tried dick. In their head, they might have not voiced it, but I'm sure they said it. I mean, it's a reality. You've not tried dick. If you try dick, you'll never go back to being a lesbian. And that's where people miss the whole point. Yeah, you miss the whole point because you go ahead and say that, invalidating this person and their feelings. It's about feeling. It's about seeing a person and liking them. It's about seeing a person and being attracted to them. I don't think there was a matrix that was used in school to teach you as a man or as a woman or however you identify to like people of the opposite gender. I don't think there was any matrix that was used. In fact, there was some kind of forcing into that where you have the feelings that you have, but culture teaches you that you have to love a certain type of way. You can't love a specific way. You can't love the way you love. All human beings love differently. That's why we also live in a world of people who don't know how to love. And all they do is wreak havoc, kill people, and all that. Those people don't know how to experience love. But for everyone who can experience love, you can pretty much love anyone under the sun. And when that happens in a society that has endeavored to teach people a cultural way of looking at love as something that can't exist between two people just because they are of the same sexes, again, according to the society, because gender binaries is a very societal thing, because think of gender binaries, think of men and women, and then think of a child who is an intersex child. And I'm not speaking hormonal intersex person, I'm speaking a person who has been born with both a vagina and a penis. Where does that person go? Do they stop being a human being? No, that person doesn't stop being a human being. Think of yourself as a human being born, and you got to that age where you saw a girl and you liked her as a man. Where does the girl who likes another girl go with those feelings? It's not like she sat and prayed for those feelings. It's not like she told whoever she talks to that those are the feelings I want. This is just a person who is living their life. And some of the struggles that we experience include even going to the hospital, wanting a mere HIV test, for example. 1st December was International HIV Day. And you know you can't go to the hospital to test for HIV without speaking either briefly or intensely about your sexuality and your sex activities, because there has to be a reason that takes you there. Personally, I test very often, apart from 2020 because of COVID, and I've not been doing much, but I do a lot of mentorship with school-going kids, and we have some kids that are HIV positive, and in schools that they get special attention for that. And because of that, I have to take care of myself, because I can't be the reason I expose them even further to any danger. But whenever you go testing and you have to explain your sexuality and your sexual activity and conduct, of course you have to say, as Mary Liz, who is a woman who gets sexually intimate with women, I'll have to explain that to a doctor. And many a times we get driven out and we can't get services as simple as HIV testing. Picture when someone has been sexually abused, picture when someone has been raped, picture a transgender woman who is going to the hospital so that they can be able to get hormones so that can be able to aid their transitioning therapy. Think about a gay man who has been, and this I think depresses me the most in a society that is really homophobic. We have our gay men being raped every day, and they're not being raped by women. It's men that are raping them. So I wonder, at what point does it stop being gay is bad, and why is a straight man being absolved when he rapes a man? What's not, raping is not a gay thing, but what is not same sex about a man raping another man? It is same sex, right? It is not sex because it's violence, because it's not consented, but essentially, why are we okay with that? And we protect these people in the society. We say we understand why they did it, because that man is a gay man. That is another thing that, gay men go through, and pretty much people in the LGBTQ community. Another thing is homelessness. We have a lot of queer people, and they get evicted left, right, and center. In 2020 alone, I've had to move. I think I just moved last Saturday, and this was the 4th time I moved, and 2 times were evictions. I moved because someone decided I look gay and their children live in the same compound, and I'm going to recruit their children to become gay like me. I don't know about you, but we don't go around trying to make people become like us, because nobody made us become who we are. We just grew up. The only difference is that I can boldly come out here and say I'm gay. And every time I say that, I'm reminded back in my head that that can end into anything. Who knows? Maybe if I live here, someone from this room might follow me. I've been followed so many times. I've been bullied so many times. I've been attacked so many times. You lose count every time. But it's remembering that if you don't stand boldly and speak, then you're not living. Because what is living if you can't be yourself? But also another thing, and I know Uhuru Kenyatta, I no longer call him my president because he isn't. a president at least cares about his people. But Uhuru Kenyatta came out when Obama was in the country and he said LGBTQ rights are a non-issue. Let me tell you, Uhuru, whatever camera you'll see this from, and I hope your people who control your media will send this to you. The thing is, even if I was the only gay person, that doesn't mean I don't have a right to exist. Even if, and I say this very aware of the fact that we have millions upon millions of queer people in Kenya. Our census just completed, no queer person was counted. That means we have a government not only that criminalizes our existence, but also doesn't account for us. So if today y'all decide to stone me out here, I'll just die and go. I'll be buried, albeit I'll be buried with a lot of shame that people will be in a hurry to get rid of me. Our Kawera died the other day, and Kawera is an international known artist. When Kawera died, first Kawera was found dead after 2 weeks. And even when she was found dead, and every time I speak about Kawera, I break down because that is the reality I have to live with as a queer person. That Kawera was taken to the graveside, no family member wanted to eulogize Kawera, and Kawera was buried in a hurry. Everyone wanted to get rid of Kawera. You see, that's our realities. But I guess it also reminds me that probably even my day of my burial, there's no one who is my family member who is going to be there. I mean, they already disowned me 2 years ago after I came out. And now I live my life not only relying highly on my sisters who are human rights defenders, activists, and feminists, but also I have to live my life every day reminding myself that, you know, every decision I make, it could be a do or die affair. And if I don't make this decision, there's a queer child that is growing up that might not have anyone to look up to, that might not have anyone to remind them that it's okay for them to be who they are, that they might not have anyone in this society if you're not careful, because already our case Repeal 162 last year was rendered invalid just because people think to be gay is unnatural. And I normally ask this question: when a woman and a man is having sex, the sexual organs that are known are the penis and the vagina. And sorry, I don't censor my words, because why were you born with it if you can't call it by its name? The intimacy between a man and a woman with a vagina and a penis is natural because they have a vagina and a penis, because a vagina is natural and a penis is natural. What makes a man and a man who are consenting to that act and a natural two penises a bad thing? According to who? What makes my vagina and another vagina that is consenting a bad thing? It's all the society. And all that zeroes down to the struggles that queer people have to go through, the homelessness, the going to the hospital and being treated badly, just walking around in the society, the unemployment. If I sit here today, most of the time when I sit on panels like this or I sit in rooms and I'm discussing things, people look at me and wonder, you know, one time I sat with someone with a doctorate, and when they listen to me talk and then later on they call me by the side, because when I was speaking, they got to learn, I didn't even get to clear college. I had to drop out the first year. And when I tell people, these people are like, you don't sound like someone who had to drop out of college. Yes, I don't sound like this because you don't know how much I had to struggle to be here. It took a lot of me telling and untelling myself that even if I don't have education, it doesn't mean my life should stop. Even if I don't have education, it doesn't mean a younger queer person should think education is the only way to get to where you want to go. So my being here, and I like quoting Maya Angelou in saying, I come as one, Mary Liz, but every time I speak, think of millions and millions of voices. Those are the people who are speaking. Those are the people who can't access education because the way it's set up, your family will disown you after knowing you're queer, and because of that, you can't continue with education. These are people who can't get proper healthcare services because healthcare services in Kenya are very expensive. Now imagine being a minority without a job, and if you're lucky to get a job, it has to be in a human rights organization. Oh, yes. And how many do we have that are enough to employ all queer people? But also, just how much queer people can you employ? Because we also live in a system that says if you don't have papers, you can't be employed. So the same people, like the same discrimination keeps on circling queer people over and over and over and over again. And then you think that is enough. I had to be born in a female's body, and I don't hate it. I love my body so much. Those who interact with me on social media, they know. And that in itself is a revolution, because for me, when I express my love for my body, it's me expressing that as someone who is a survivor of rape at the age of 10 and 15 years old, I was only a child, and do not even for a moment think I'm gay because I was raped. The two of them have no relationship. I was only 10 when I was raped. I don't think the rapist was raping me because I was gay. They raped me because they're a rapist, and that's period. That's on it. But the reason I'm proud of my body, the reason I use my body as an art, is because I like to take power. In a society that tells women, sit, be quiet, be humble, and all that and all that kind of stuff, I like to remind the world that I am not all that. I'm not going to be humble unless I want to. I'm not going to become unless I want to. I'm not going to allow people to take advantage of me. When my clothes were ripped when I was 10 years old, I had no power against it. But now I have a power to rip my clothes off. And so I rip them to remind people that it's okay to rip clothes if that's what you want. What is not okay is when someone has to force you into it. So we have to live a life of revolutionizing everything that we do. And as queer people, it becomes even more and more. And we have not only to feed into the bigger movement of fighting for women's rights, but also to remember all the time to bring ourselves to the table, to remember that when I'm sitting here, this is an opportunity that could have easily gone to anyone. And when I sit here, I have to remember that I have to speak not only for myself, but for everyone else who might not have had this opportunity, but they needed to feel seen, they needed to feel appreciated, they need to feel validated, but also they needed to feel understood, which us as queer people, we get a lot. We get misunderstood all the time. It's how when people speak about rape, they bring queer people into the picture, that people qualify us as abusers just because we are queer, that when people speak about, evil things like, young girls getting active sexually and all that, and if it's a girl who made her go through that, her fellow classmate, people refuse to see that these are two girls experiencing their sexuality. People will see the one who is known to be queer is the one who is seen as evil because they recruited them or something like that. We are not all bad. Yes, we have queer people who are thieves. I never sit and absolve thieves. I never sit and absolve rapists. I never sit and keep quiet when abuse is happening. It doesn't matter where it is happening. And right now, one of the biggest things that is happening in an organization called Action Aid is that they're dealing with a case that I brought to light about abusing the lives of queer people. And remember, and by the way, the people who are doing it are religious leaders, harassing queer people, being violent to queer people, invalidating the experiences of queer people, and saying things around, how are you a lesbian if you have a child? Do you know a lesbian that I can get pregnant? This is a pastor that you trust your child with every day, but they can't even make a queer person feel safe. Those are some of the things we experience, violence day in, day out. And for me, sitting here today on International Day of Human Rights Defenders is just to say, even if not for nothing, you have every reason to speak against any kind of oppression in the society, be it a woman, be it a child, be it one who is going through FGM, be it one who is being beaten by children. And today I experienced something very, very beautiful with Achieng when she was performing here. And I remember playing that in my head when she was playing, and then she hit her daughter by accident. If you are a child, if you remember your childhood and how your mother would have reacted to that, do you remember? Yes. She would have bashed at you, she would have called you out, she would have told you to leave because she's working, she's busy. But did you see the grace in which Achieng did what she did? Achieng may or may not know, but Achieng in that moment saved the child a moment of trauma. A moment of that child being made like they did something wrong even when they didn't. They were just walking and she was just performing and she was unaware of what was happening behind her. When we learn to
defend children, when we learn to defend people in the society, not because we are human rights defenders, but because we saw the violence and we spoke against it regardless, that is what makes you a defender. You don't have to be big like the Mayas of the society. You don't have to be big like the Oprahs of the society. You have to only be big enough to change that person's life, to speak against the violence they're going through, to make sure, even if it's not within your reach, call a person who can call a person who can call a person who can get this person some help. And let's change the world together, because without change, the world has become such a disgusting place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary-Liz. So we'll stop there. Thank you to all our panelists for the enriching discussions. I'll take 3 questions because of time, and then we'll close the session.
Good afternoon. My name is Hussein Khalid from Haki Africa. Let me first of all congratulate each one of you for your wonderful presentations, and more so for the brilliant work that you're doing in the communities. Nyinyi ni ma super women and tunawafeel. Congratulations, first of all. Unfortunately, these stories and what you're doing are one-off cases that we get to hear from time to time. We thank Forum C for the Democracy and Human Rights Festival, and we get to learn a lot from this. My question is, how do we take you people, or the brilliant women you are, and emulate or cascade that downwards so that we have many of you at the grassroots level? I'm just wondering, as you know, where you sit, because this struggle for women, we have to take it to the grassroots. We have to make sure that that woman in the farm with mud stuck between her toes hears your story, and that they can actually stand up and fight for the rights of women at that grassroots community. So how can we also, as human rights defenders, male and across all sections, help you to tell your story, to take your example to the grassroots communities, so that we can empower those women who are right at those places where it is so much needed for the rest of the women in our country? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Khalid. I'll direct the question to Mwikali. If you can take a minute and tell us, are you mentoring young women rights defenders, human rights defenders? Are you teaching them to organize? What are you doing, and how can this be done? A minute, please.
Yeah, thank you, Sain. That's a very brilliant question, especially now with the gap. As Coalition for Grassroots Human Rights Defenders, we are currently doing that. One, through a project, I don't want to call it a project, a program we're doing with Rosa Luxemburg, Sinfood, trying to visibilize the story of women human rights defenders and feminists that have been responding during the time of COVID. Hopefully, another one, if it goes through Forum CIV, we're planning to do a mentorship program by the same women human rights defenders like the ones we are here, being we're the ones giving our lived experience to the upcoming women human rights defender, but with a feminist lens. And when I say a feminist lens is, you can see that the 4 of us here have different unique stories, and there are beliefs and ideology we believe in. That's why if you saw we were not reacting, it does not mean that we believe in each other's position, but appreciating that we are homogeneous. And if, for example, Salma chooses to cook for a partner out of choice, as Mwikali have chosen not to do that, I should not bash Salma, but she has made a consensual choice. If she has chosen to praise the partner, and that's what she believes, she knows the reason why, I need to respect that. But also keeping in mind that we need to do that. Hussein, as Haki Africa, you need to put resources in most of these initiatives, like, is it Sisters for Sister in Mombasa? Most of the mainstream NGOs and donors, they need to invest on those grassroots initiatives so that we are many. Because if you look in terms of women rights funding, it's little compared to the, let's say, governance and other stuff. So invest on those spaces, give platform, give spaces, but also compensate their time. Because it's hard. If you were to go from Mathare ni kuja, kama sina fare singekuja. So we need to acknowledge that. We need to acknowledge that even if they're having kids, or for those who don't have kids, how can you ensure the space is enabling for them to be effective themselves? The media, sorry, I have to go that the media, because this is the other gap also we see with the media. We have a few of us that are always seen all the time in the media. But we need to push the media so hard. When I tell them Mary Liz can do it, and they don't have to judge Mary Liz based on how she wears her clothes or myself, all of us have to push them, because sometimes they make it harder for the women human rights defender. That's why you'll see few of us, but not meaning they don't do the work. They do a lot of work.
Thank you very much. Second question, please. Songora.
Any ladies with this? I would assume is an issue central to you. But maybe we can take one more gentleman, and then
After Songora, we'll take a lady.
yeah, then a lady. We prepare a question so that you can engage the panelists.
Thank you for sanitizing. Good morning. Strength of a woman. Wanawake hoye. I'm really amazed by it. The stories, very inspirational. And I keep on wondering if we can achieve to have the women voices on top and sustainable without having men included in the process. The aspect of gender mainstreaming is very important and critical in this process. These amazing stories of women standing against all odds, all obstacles. In fact, transforming obstacles into stepping stones. I'm very proud of you. I wish ningepiga makofi mara 18 niongeze tena. Oh, umenipigia. Asante. So my question is, in the stories, I know men have, at one stage or the other in the river of life, are only seen as obstacles. Where do we have men in your stories as a supportive figure? Don't you have anywhere in your stories where you have men as supportive figures? I think it's also very important to bring this out so that other young men who want to get into marriage, young men pale mashinani, would want to follow on those steps. Because at this level, all the stories in Askiapa, wanaume ni wabaya. And yet we also have male champions. Kweli ama urongo?
Kweli.
Yes, so it's like there's a conversation that napenda kusikia, men are trash. Feminists in the house. Tunakubali hiyo maneno. Sindio? So I'm looking at how do we have men just beside, despite the fact that trash, they are obstacles, they are oppressors. I believe there's a percentage of men who mean well for women. The percentage of men who always stand there to say women must be given space.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Sijamaliza. And on the other side, I want to have a reaction from all of you there. On the other side, I want to echo that have seen and I've attested to strength of women, like Salma, a very good example from Mombasa. I remember the time when she made noise at the top of her voice when a migration officer was harassing her. When there, as we visited her at the bed, hospitali, Salma was still speaking. Yeah? Umeumizwa, nimeumia lakini I will still talk. Hata kisahii nikiletewa media nitaongea, and they are very strong even than people who had come to come and rescue her. You know. So I just want to know, apart from the story I know, what has inspired you to continue with this process? What has inspired you to continue? And to my sister there, Marilyn, I know there's a lot of challenge outside there, especially when championing to issues of LGBTIQs. So again, your boldness umekuwa nayo pako umesimama hapa, your life all over. Kila mtu anakuona. Where do you get that energy from? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sangora. I don't want to believe that the women on this platform actually said men are bad or men have not been allies on this journey. But I think what basically happens in most cases is because when you look at the cases of, let's say, violence and harassment of women out here, it's because most women are the victims and most perpetrators of this violence are the men. But we are not saying that we don't have male champions or we don't have men who have been allies on this journey. I want to believe that each and every one of us has a story, a positive story of men who have helped us in the fight of inequalities in our communities. So I'll direct Salma to respond to you.
Thank you very much, Songora, and I appreciate your comment. First, I would like to respond on the issue of the position of men in our struggle. I can personally attest to the fact that if it wasn't the effort of a man and the support of a man in my life, I wouldn't be where I am now. To begin with, he's my husband who supported me to be in this sector when I started approaching this work. And I was like confused, and he told me, please go for it. I don't know what it entails, but I'm here to support you. And by doing so, also the person who motivated me to join an NGO work and a human rights work is a man who is none other than Hussein, who is seated here. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here today. He's the one who has mentored me. He's the one who has pushed me. There are times when I was afraid even to go out to the field, and he will tell me, you will go and you will speak. And he has made me be who I am today. So thanks to the man who is Hussein Khalid, who has made me to be who I am today. The issue of what drives me to do what I do and keep on continuing with the struggle is the satisfaction I get whenever someone gets help. The issue of migration, if it wasn't for that noise that we made as a sector in civil society, right now, I would say that change of behavior with migration department wouldn't be there. Right now, they respect us. After that incident, I think I've taken like 10 people now, mepata passport like, because they know hapa tukicheza tu kidogo kuna venye hao watu watapiga makelele. Initially, they used to treat people like nobody, especially women on buibui. Wanaona kama ambaye hawa hawafai na nini na nini. So they used to treat people badly. So after that incident, it has helped to make some changes in that sector. To an extent, they even kept the director, I don't know if it's the manager, to be a woman. They changed from a man to a woman. Currently, it's a woman who is heading that department. The other issues of the Bamba police station, which I mentioned, if it wasn't for the fact that I was arrested, up to date, we wouldn't have known that there are no female officers in that station. As we speak, 2 female officers have been deployed into that station. So whenever there's a change, whenever something good has happened, it gives me satisfaction to continue doing whatever we are doing. And I think it applies to all of us. That's why we keep on doing the human rights work, tutandikwe, tugombanishwe, tunini, but kukipatikana a little change, it motivates us.
Thank you very much, Salma. We'll take the last question.
Any ladies?
If there's no lady, we will close.
Of course, there's a lady. We have powerful women in this room. Yes, yeah. Please stand.
Okay, thank you. For me, I'll talk in Kiswahili. English is not my mouth. Okay, so I'm glad that each one of you is talking from experience, and that's very great and so nice of you all. Now my question was, Rachel is from Mathare. I can't remember where the other lady said. I don't know if she's a lady or... Okay. My question was, Rachel is from Mathare. I'm from Kangemi, Sindio. And we are talking about women empowerment. Now, I was asking, is you guys need to find a way vile mnaweza fikia au, because FGM inafanyika all over Kenya, sindio? And if this lady is from Mombasa, it doesn't mean haifanyiki Kangemi, sindio? And chenye nilikuwa nataka kuuliza, how are you going to make sure that kama mimi siko online, sindio? Lakini ina happen kwetu, sindio? Watu wenye wanajua chenye unafanyanga, unless kama venye nimekuja hapa saa hizi, singejua kuna mtu mwenye anafightingi against FGM, sindio? Now that I'm in Kangemi, how are you going to make sure that mimi siko online, hii information inanifikia? And if I'm a victim, ni njia gani naweza saidika ndio hata ule mtu mwenye labda ilikuwa imhapenie na hakujua kitu ya kufanya naweza msaidia in one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I direct Roslyn to answer your question, one of the things that I've realized about FGM that is crazy is because most people imagine that FGM happens in the grassroots where people don't go to school, they don't have education, and they're not able to really fight for themselves. But what has been interesting in the recent time is seeing, especially people who are learned and they go and study and work in different countries, actually coming back to Kenya, to Somalia, or to their African countries to undergo FGM, which then raises the question, is it that we do it because we don't know the effects? Because some of these people are young children who really don't know why this is happening to them. And then we have adults who have gone to school, who know what FGM is and how it impacts their life, but they will still take a flight from London to Nairobi to come and undergo FGM. I'll direct Dr. Roslyn to respond to your question.
Hello, thank you so very much, my young lady there. Actually, your question is valid. For me to be here today in Nairobi, it's because of Karani. Karani, where are you? It's nowhere. Thank you so very much to have at least given me this chance to be here. I'm proud also to tell you about my testimony, and I even said whom I have saved, my 4 girls. A proud mother who saved 4 girls from FGM. Well, umeuliza kwamba wewe yule mwenye unatairiwa na umetoka Kangemi, wherever you are coming from, ni aje utakuwa saved ama hii information ikufikie kwani you are not still online? That's what you are asking. Yeah. I don't know what's happening here in Nairobi, because my first question was, how watu wa Nairobi nyi mnatairiwa? I think I asked you that question when I came, because it's really a miracle for me to be here, to say about myself. And the one who inspired me is Sadia Hussein at Tana River. And I'm so proud of her. She's a Somali lady. She's the first one who wrote the book, and I'm the second one who wrote in Isiolo County. And I always say, I did it in my own effort. And when I was going to do it, this preaching about FGM, ending FGM, I used my own salary. No CBO, no NGO, no organization helping me, neither the county government of Isiolo. Everybody in Isiolo, as they are listening to me, they know I used my pocket so that I'll reach the guys at the grassroots, a place which was 380 kilometers. If I can take initiative because of what I went through, I used my own story to tell to my own people the effect it had on me, the 5 operation, the infibulation, the infection, fevers, pus, those blah, blah things. If you explain somebody will listen to you. There is somebody who will be touched, and he feels that the informations are power as we are taking it to the grassroots. I used my money. And when I started my CBO, I used my own family, including the child who is there. You can imagine. So, and right now, today I'm here in front of you. So, which means information goes around. And this internets, these TVs are really working. FGM is something anybody's work. Ni kazi ya kila mtu. And especially men. Wanaume ndio ambao wanatumia hiyo vyombo. Si ni kweli? They are the one who are fucking us, isn't it? So what do they want to fuck? I'm just asking. I'm sorry. I'm not using vulgar language, but this is reality. Wawa wanalala na sisi. Si ndio? They are the one having intimacy with us. Don't they want complete thing inside there? Without clitoris being removed, either the majora or minora or the vestibule. It needs to be complete, isn't it? Yes. So that they will enjoy. And the reason why they run away, and of which I told you, is women who are circumcising another woman. It's not a man who is coming to circumcise a woman. And from the very beginning, I was just saying, any man can support us. Men and FGM, like Todi Mwebia did it. And he's everywhere, all over Kenya. He's from Meru, but he's all over Kenya, going around saying men should support a woman when they have fistula, when they have fistula, when they are having all those, when they are a woman, a girl of 14 years, 15 years with girlfriend, boyfriend, sita, tano wamemwacha because of that smell I was telling you, which end up even to be a cancer and get operated, it's bullshit. Men should be there for us, to support us.
Thank you,
Because they are the
Daktari.
one using. Please, I'm sorry. I always get emotional to tell you things, but I know your question is, itatufikia aje?
Please don't apologize for your emotions. You're
Yes.
allowed to feel.
Itatufikia aje? Then somebody else, I don't know whether it was Hussein or somebody from here, he was asking, mungependa tukuwasaidia aje? Me personally as Roslyn, I said when I was there, to form group of survivors. We are all survivors. We are all victims. We are all activists. But we form survivors at our own home ground, whereby all survivors comes out with the story. And 2 groups of survivors now I'm trying to reach. On 20th of December, God willing, Mungu akinifikisha, I want to go to the ground again, to the grassroots, beyond Merti where I came from. And those survivors, I will make sure that they will come out with cutters. Those women wale wanakata, wale wanafanya hii FGM. How did they do it? FGM, uwe ukisema shida zako zote, wamama watajitokesea. But sitasikia from cutters, ndio umejitokesea na nisimpe kitu. I have to look for stakeholders, NGOs, waweze kusupport hawa mama wale wanafanya hii kazi. With small scale, the way my sister said it, vitu kidogo kidogo, business kidogo kidogo, ndio waweze kujisaidia, waache kukata wasichana. Do you get it? So these are what I am up to, and I'm very sure with time I'll make it, inshallah.
Thank you very much. This was a very powerful session. But just to say about her concern about the information not getting to them because they're not online, I think for me, one thing that I have learned during this COVID season is the inequalities we have, especially where we imagine internet is available, but what is availability? Is it affordable? Is it accessible? Because I may have internet around, but am I able to pay for it? Am I able to buy bundles? What does the right of information mean to someone who has to make a choice between buying a packet of unga or a sachet of milk and actually being able to buy airtime for 50 shillings, to buy internet bundles to be able to look up certain information? So I really understand what she's saying, but just to wrap up the session, to say that protection of human rights, the fight for democracy, and the fight for good governance is something that all of us should embrace. It is not Salma's work. It is not the work of Release. It is not something that Siasa Place or Forum Sif should do. It is something that all of us, by virtue of our being human and being Kenyans, we are supposed to fight for our rights, the rights of the people around us, and the democratic space of everyone around us. Thank you very much to my
You have to say
panelists.
something, please.
I had a
quick
question
one.
that was
Release,
asked.
in terms of the Kathy, next time I keep put the whole day, we speak our issues the whole day. I know what on lunch. I think in terms of male allies, we have to be very clear the role of male ally. It does not mean that even me men have not been there in my life, but to see mistake, ni kama tuna romanticize, ni kama nyinyi ndio mmefanya the work, not us. Unanipata? So the moment mna play ile role mna play, ndio inafanya sasa hiyo equality ina happen. Because also you're stepping out from power and wengine wataki ku step out. So lazima mko clear what's your role. Your role ni unajua Hussein nafanya chia Salma hii space ni yake. Because we have seen even some of the EDs of human rights organization issues za women nao wanataka waongee nao ni wanaume. You can imagine, Yes. It makes sense. Sielewi. So the moment tunajua kuna Salma anaweza fanya hiyo role ni sawa. The moment tunajua Salma anaweza participate kwa governance, wacha participate. Because him reduce only to gender issues. Making it clear. So it's important all of you should be activists. You stand for human rights. But tukimaliza ningependa tuimbe leo ni Human Rights Day. Thank you.
Let me say something,
Okay,
there was a question that was asked about how the work of human rights defenders, how they can be helped to have this work going to the grassroots and everything. And I normally say, the best way you can help someone is give them a platform to voice up their issues. Most of the time we have a tendency of sitting and speaking on behalf of, and you can never entirely speak about someone's issues if you've never a day lived in their experience. So creating those spaces, bringing people to those spaces. We've had, I think one of the most tragic things we've had in Kenya often is having a lot of manels. Manels are panels full of men on very memorable days that are supposed to celebrate women, apparently speaking about child pregnancies. Why will a man want to start speaking about child pregnancies? First of all, you're not a child. You're not a woman. You've never been pregnant all your life. And while you can share expertise, and that's a beautiful thing, the only kind of expertise that is very qualified is when you bring that child who fell pregnant to tell her story and the experiences. That's the only way you can be able to create support, but also create a wave of more, as you were saying, more young people, more young women being able to speak about the issues in the society, and in essence, just bringing to the table the issues that are in the society. And he asked about where I get the courage. It's December, right? Yes. You all are planning to go to your shags for holiday. My courage every day is remembering that every holiday I spend it by myself. I don't have a home to go to. My courage is every day waking up. You know the way you call your mom and you say, "Hi mom, how are you doing?" You know the way you're feeling low and you like when you see your mom's call and for some weird reason, you feel like you're rejuvenated to start something. I never get that. That is where I find the courage, so that there is not another young person, another queer person who is going to have to lose all that just because they are who they are. That's where I find the courage. When I struggle every day, the days I slept hungry, those are the days that remind me. The days I slept on the streets, those are the days that remind me that I have to be courageous. Not many of us have privilege. For me, I had to fight for this privilege. At some point, I had to say, fuck it all. Because either way, I'm going to die, right? None of us is going to live this life alive. Chances are I'll die earlier than I should have. But what's the point of me dying in silence? And then just remembering the many times oppression and any kind of abuse has been meted on me and I never had a voice. That is also another point of courage, that to never stay quiet, because look at what kind of damage quietness has brought in my life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary-Liz. I'll give Salma and Dr. Roslyn a minute each to close, just to be fair, because Mary-Liz and Mwikali have forcefully taken their space to close.
So mine is just a brief one, and I would want to encourage all human rights defenders to support each other. The work that we do, it's not easy. And for men and women, yes, we might be doing the same thing, but we have that extra work that we do as women, because after all the field work that we do, our homes are still waiting for us. Bwana akitoka nje ama mwanamume, nyinyi mkitoka nje mkishafanya kazi mnazozifanya, mkirudi nyumbani mnatarajia mwanamke ndo akupe massage, akufanyie chakula, you know, all those beautiful things that you're expecting. For us, pigwa upigwavyo, fanya ufanyavyo, ukirudi bado utakwenda kufanya kazi zako. Hakuna atakaye kumassage wala atakaye kufanya nini wala nini, akupikie chakula kupatia. So let's support each other. And we form networks. We need to have networks of women human rights defenders well established, so that we can get time to discuss our issues. We can get time to give each other motivation. We can get time to understand each other and see how best are we coping with our situation. For men, they have their ways of handling these things. Wanaenda gyms, you wapi na wapi. For us, talking is our therapy. Let's form network. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much. For me, I'll just wind up by saying, thank you so very much to have listened to my testimony first and foremost, and for my fellow human rights defenders. We are really doing a good job. We are really doing the work which is really heavy, you know. It's not easy what we are doing. Well, for us to do this job, as she said, the networking should be there. And for me to head this FGM, because I need you men and my fellow women, men should come on board, and then referral pathways. Referral pathways for all the survivors should be put in place. Why do I say about referral pathways? And I didn't mention it. and I mention it now because I'm living naenda Isiolo. Referral pathway should be put in place because for the survivors of rape, survivors of FGM, survivors of defilement, all these survivors should be having where to go to. A person, when he's raped, he either brings himself as a self or from the community or from the police. And then there is something we call gender-based violence rescue center, whereby if he passes the doctor, he sees the doctor will see this client or the survivor or a person being raped within 24 hours. That is, physical examination is being done, and then there is psychological trauma counseling which is done, and then there is this test which he goes through, which is pregnancy test, rape case. There are forms which are filled. There is P3 form and there is post-rape care form. And all these you can't, when you are raped and you don't have a center to go to, except in Mombasa. I know my sister has a rescue center in Mombasa, but in Isiolo it's not there. In Merti, where I came from, there is nothing like referral pathways. People comes, police wanakuambia wakati ulikuwa umerepiwa, ulikuwa umefaje? Surely it's not the right way. This person need a support. So, and the support should come from the police, the paralegals, the community, and everyone should hold each other to give him the OB, PRC, and the P3. And therefore, as I'm living, going to Isiolo, I should know that the government should think of a very big rescue center whereby all the rape cases and all the violence, sexual, gender-based violence is being reported there. And they get all their doctors there, all the services that they need. It works from 8 to 5 p.m. I know my sister Salma knows. And it will give you all the necessity that you need. Therefore, as I'm going, I'm leaving you with this. To form survivors, activists should be coming out more by preaching this gospel about human rights defenders and all the good things they are doing, and referral pathways to be put in place, and men to join us hand to support men and FGM, please, and GBV issues. Thank you so very much. I love you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you very much to our audience. I'm going to just, say that all of us need to embrace this fight and make it personal, make it part of your personal struggle, and ask yourself at the end of this year, what have I done to make a change? And Songora and all your brothers should refuse to marry women who are circumcised. Thank you. So we are going to do the Mapambano song as Mwikali suggests, and then Koi Kare should come on stage for the spoken word after this. Thank you.
Watu wasimame tafadhali. There's no revolution without music. Sina sauti nzuri lakini kwa leo ndajaribu. Sawa. Women power. Comrades power. Pussy power. So I know most of you know this song. It's about energizing and putting us into power and sending our sister with love to Isiolo, Mombasa, Nairobi, kila mahali, si ndio? Mnajua yelele yaya, si ndio? And then mapambano hiyo maybe tunaweza imba baadaye, si ndio Salma? Yeah. So it goes yelele yaya we. Sauti, it's Human Rights Day. Oh yaya, 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 yaya. Wololo yaya we. Yaya, 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 yaya. Oh yaya, 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 yaya. Na tulma we baki nyuma sitwaenda na haki. Na tulma we baki nyuma sitwaenda na haki. Ufisadi we baki nyuma sitwaenda na haki. Ufisadi we baki nyuma sitwaenda na haki. Yelele yaya we. Yaya, 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 yaya. Oh yaya, 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 yaya. Uongozi mbaya we baki nyuma sitwaenda na haki. Uongozi mbaya we baki nyuma sitwaenda na haki. Na Petriaki we baki nyuma sitwaenda na haki. Na Petriaki we baki nyuma sitwaenda na haki. Yelele ya 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 pamoja, pamoja, pamoja twashinda. We do like this. Left hand. Na pamoja we.
Pamoja, pamoja, pamoja twashinda.
Na pamoja.
Pamoja, pamoja, pamoja twashinda.
Ole yo. Yo. Ole yo.
Yo.
Thank you very much. I'm going to invite Koinkare to come on stage for the spoken word, and the session will be over.
Kuliko shida zangu na shida zina mdomo kubwa, kuliko lao niko ndani yangu. Hii dunia ndo imenifunza hii sanaa. Koi, kalamu, karatasi, kaa chini chonga. Nimeona heaven ikifloat in existence. Na smile back na emojis, but in reality na breakdown after kulet out struggles zangu wanajua, alafu wanadai, Koi we ni strong, we ni mdeep. For starters naweza kosa kuwa mdeep. Maybe hii si talanta. Maybe hii ni way yangu ya kulet out struggles zangu wanajua na najua mwezi jua. Sinyi wanakuwa social media nikismile kwa jua. Kitu kama mjiulizi ni mbona Koi anakuanga amevaa sweta kwa jua? Ama tamjui saa ingine baridi unakamna jua. Wajua sunshine ikikupatia cold feet, giza ndo inakufanya star. So star smile, social media isijue jua yako inazima. Smile wasijue juu hata wakijua hawawezi leta jua. She doesn't want to spread her legs. The first time she did, her hands were tied. Stories she had in movies. She chewed her feelings and pain. The shame of her nakedness ate away the strong woman she used to be. She was far from home, and the smell of tarmac could have made her lungs collapse. Now, she doesn't want to spread her legs. She is afraid of what that first time felt like. She can't stand her naked body since that night. She tries, it never works out. She cries, but her laugh and her wail sound the same, so they think, she's happy. It's tears of joy, maybe. She doesn't want to spread her legs. And even when they know why, they still want to tie her lips. But she wants to open her mouth and speak about the injustices that have been done to her body, about how her temple has been defiled by rich, dirty, powerful hands, about how her nakedness has been exposed by force to dying lessons and worn-out eyes, how her nights have been tormented by cursed thoughts, how she hates to be a woman, how her spirit calls for vengeance, how the Lord has been silent, how she calls out to him but remembers that she was taught that he too is a defiler. She doesn't want to spread her legs, because the first time she did was the first time she died. The time she intentionally spread her legs, she was in love. But there was too much light in the room. So when the curtains fell, her scars were exposed. The lover did not like what he saw, so he left. Now she cries, and no one hears the sounds of her wails. They think it's another poem, not realizing she is the poem. Thank you. If you want a copy of this book, I'll be outside. Costs 1,000 shillings. Asanteni sana.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that has been our session for today at the Democracy and Human Rights Festival. We have been live from the Alliance Française. Since Monday, we've had various very, very inspiring and thought-provoking discussions. And tomorrow, we will also be having a panel on intersex, unmasking the challenges, stigma, and discrimination. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of the Democracy and Human Rights Festival 2020 Forum CIV and the Embassy of Sweden for supporting their efforts, and as well to recognize the partners Siasa Plays, Sauti ya Wanjiku, Power 254, and Creative Spills. Thank you so much for following the conversations on #Democracy and Rights Festival. And we hope to see you again tomorrow. Those in the audience, you will be required to take a meal ticket at the door there so you can access some smaller meal at the back. And now I'd like to invite our very last closing performance from Mr. Apesi and Oeba. Karibu sana Apesi and Oeba, and thank you so much for staying with us this period. These conversations we've been having have been centered around how we promote human rights, gender equality, and the consolidation of democracy. And we've been having some very important discussions. And as you know, without information, right decisions cannot be made. We are faced right now in the country with the question of the BBI. We had that discussion on Monday, unmasking the BBI. And therefore, we believe that without information, citizens cannot make the right decisions. So thank you so much. And you can join us tomorrow again from 9 p.m. on Facebook at the Forum Sieve page. Thank you, and karibu to the artists.
Are you happy to be here? You're here to be happy. Both.
I go by the name Apesi, aka Mnyama Mkali. And today, women for women. Women for women. The piece inaitwa Mwanamke.
Kufanikiwa, kapata manikiwa, ndoto ishamzamiana. Mama kufanikiwa, kapata mke pia, ndoto kaizimana. Ana nguvu ya kusema no, mwanamke kubakwa. Ana nguvu ya kusema no, mwanamke anayemchangana. Oleo, mwanamke siyo data, kanyagiwa chini. Oleo, mwanamke ni madini, mtunze kadhabu tena. Oleo, mwanamke siyo data, kanyagiwa chini. Oleo, mwanamke ni madini, mtunze kadhabu tena.
Well, I will say it for the last time. No girl should miss school because of a menses. Period. Because she taught me. She taught me to be everything that I want to be, but the best thing is to be myself. That I can never have everything, nor the excuse of not having them. That I trust you is a better compliment than I love you, since you'll always love the ones that you trust. But it is not always that you'll trust the ones that you love. Well, she taught me the art of love. See, when I love her so much, the best gift she can give is to trust that I love her like I do now. And Mom, I love you. When I make you mad, I will apologize and apologize. And when you're mad of my apologies, I'll start apologizing for my apologies. Because my mama never raised voices. Now she raised a son. So a toast to the man that I am. You see, I use my mama's second name now because she is masculine. With belly muscles that stretch from the first, second, third to the 9th month, but even stronger lip muscles that utter words that move my soul. You call this the strength of a woman. These are just words that have motherly touch. low tones, whispers, and mama. You see, she has figure, trust me. Forget about that, because she's my fatherly figure. Now 8 won't match, it's fast in this chat list. Not on the anatomy of the waist downwards, but from the neck upwards. Now she is the head of the family. Well, these words are sick because she has blood pressure. That won't kill her. Her smile is sweeter than diabetes. The mortality of her smile defies the fact from dusk to dusk, cause she's never upset. Unlike the soil, when you add water, she never turns mad. She's the little kind of short people you'll ever strain to look up to. Her head is like a 46-story building because she is smart upstairs. Well, she walked in drugs and tattered clothes to feed us. That is why she's always smart up here. So I don't need Tyra to tell her how much she is my role model, because she doesn't walk straight, but trust me, the footprints in which I follow from her are straight. Walks not in transparent clothes so that God can see her through now. She prospers. Not good in football, but in everything she always chipped in. Bet she had so many other goals in life.
Ana nguvu ya kusema no, mwanamke ananichanganya. Ana nguvu ya kusema no, mwanamke ananichanganya. Oleo, mwanamke siyo dasta ukanyagiwa chini. Oleo, mwanamke ni madini mtunze kadhaa tena. Stand up, simama, Chumalovuka boda. Women for the women, stand up for the African woman. Hey, stand up, Chimama, Chumalovuka boda. Women for the women, stand up for the African woman. Hey, ana nguvu ya kusema mwanamke ananichanganya. Ana nguvu ya kusema no, mwanamke hafai kubakwa. Ana nguvu ya kusema no, mwanamke ananichanganya. Oleo, mwanamke siyo dasta ukanyagiwa chini. Oleo, mwanamke ni madini mtunze kadhaa hapo tena. Oleo, mwanamke siyo dasta ukanyagiwa chini. Oleo, mwanamke ni madini mtunze kadhaa hapo tena.
So last piece of the day. Hope mna enjoy the session. Hope watu wamekuwa reformed. Hope mindset zetu zimechange.
Mbona twaishi kwa njia mbaya? Mbona twaishi kulugana? Mbona twaishi tukidanganyana? Haifai kuwa namna hii. Hauwezi sikia kwa sauti ya hawa wasanii, wanataka jue kweli. Hauwezi sikia kwa sauti ya hawa wananchi, wamechoka na BBI. Hey, apesio sikia, inasema sikia, sauti ya usanii.
So waambie hata waandike Nairobi in small letters bado ni capital. Waanze biashara ndani ya Nairobi bado wanahitaji kutafuta capital. Caps lock kwa computer language ni capital, kupigana lock hitaji capital, ndani ya menje ya city offense bado ni capital. So utaambiaje dem alishika ball akiwa high school? Education is the key na alishajifungua. You pretense iko so open, crocodile tears zinahitaji intervention ya kitunguu. Vitu key kwa life zimepoteza meaning. Pombe inatumika kutoa lock juu tulishapoteza kifunguu. We will make it in our motherland. Reminders zinafikiria lazima abroad ni kama neno success, haina interpretation ya Kiswahili from Kizungu. Pesa ni shetani, mali natoka ni chache, wengi tunaipata kimungu mungu.
Hauwezi sikia kwa sauti ya hausi wanataka.
Twende hapa. Let's close in style, si ndio? Africa yo.
Hauwezi sikia kwa sauti ya.
Let's rise.
Hausi wanataka.
1, 2, 3, twende.
Africa yo. Africa yo.
Achaga.
Forever yo. Forever yo. Imeandikwa, nafsi yangu itawacha. Wana wa kike watatabiri na wa kiume watapata maono.
2, 3.
Kisha nitafanya maajabu kwenye mbingu, ishara kwenye nchi kavu za damu, moshi na moto. Africa yo. Africa yo. Yelele. For I'm serious.
For I'm serious.
Yelele.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.